Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another bitter ass stream. I am your host, Slightly Bitter, and today we are talking all things Big Brother 24. We're here to spill all the tea, all the shade, and all the pink lemonade about reality TV as always. So before I start this, if you're on our Twitter space, make sure you give me a follow so you know whenever I'm going live. If you're on my YouTube page, make sure you like, subscribe, and share it with all of your friends so we can spread our bitterness all over the world. If you are on our YouTube section, make sure you check out my Twitter. I put it in the bio where you can go to the Twitter space, and later on tonight, you can join our conversation and let your voice be heard. So, anyways, today's topic, we're going to be talking about Kyle once again, which I'm seeing more and more about Kyle that is disturbing my soul, just un poquito. Uh, and we're also going to be talking about the veto winner. So, I had no idea the veto results were going to be tonight, and I just found out who won. And can I just say, spoiler alert, Michael is a fucking beast. Michael has won 4 out of 5 veto competitions, and it's only week 5. I don't think anyone, including Janelle or Paul or anyone else, has been this big of a comp beast outright in the history of the show. And I'm really nervous for Michael. I really am. I don't understand why he's winning all of this shit. Then again, he had to win this week to make sure the plan worked out. But what plan is Michael going to go with? We'll get to that later. Anyways, I have notes on what I want to talk about, and I have an order. The first thing we need to talk about is we need to talk about Kyle's theory about about a POC alliance. So, look, I can't even say I'm surprised because this happens every fucking season, and it's just really annoying and really exhausting. You never see this happening with the White House guests where the White House guests get grouped together. It doesn't happen on the show, but we see season after season after season, they group the people of color in the house together. And I just don't get why. And I talked about this yesterday before I went out, that every person on the block so far has been a person of color with the exception of one person, Cooch, when Cooch got evicted. This is not like season 23 where every person that was going home was a white person. The entire pre-jury was full of all of the white men in the house. The white men in the house were gone before then. But this season, it's been all minorities getting evicted except for Cooch. So Kyle's theory about, oh, there's a cookout 2.0 going on is based in nothing but fear and paranoia and racism, point blank in the period. And it's really sad because I was really starting to like Kyle in the game. I was starting to like him, but I feel like he's got digmatized. Like, I think he's just thrown everything away for a piece of pussy. I think that he's trying to stir up as much paranoia. I think he's trying to stir up as much paranoia as possible to get Alyssa in his alliance. And I haven't really seen anyone on Twitter raise this point, but I really feel like that's why he's trying to break the leftovers in half and turn everyone on Monty and Joseph and Taylor. Because everyone knows that Alyssa is a threat and the alliance is actively trying to get Alyssa out. But if he can make a new alliance and bring Alyssa into it, then Alyssa won't be the target anymore. And my thing is this. I'm at a point where I feel like Kyle should go home this week. Listen to my reason why. Kyle has been in how many alliances this season? He was in the Dog Pound or whatever the fuck that was. He was in Pose Pack, and now he's in the Leftovers. And now he's trying to make this new, I don't want to say January 6th alliance, but we still don't have confirmation that he was home that day. He's trying to make this new alliance to include Alyssa in it. And if I was Michael, I would be raring to get Kyle's ass the fuck out the game. Because Michael knows about all of the alliances that he was in. Because Michael has been in them as well. And Kyle has been the person that has blew up all of those alliances systematically. So what's going to happen? So what? Alyssa's going to be in trouble? And he's going to be afraid his side piece is going to go home? So he's going to blow up whatever new alliance he makes? Kyle is not a trustworthy person in the house, ignoring the blatant bullshit going on with him and racist activity of him putting together all of the minorities in the house with honorary member Indy in there. Looking past that, which for me would be a turnoff immediately. If I was ever on Big Brother and someone was exhibiting racist behavior, I feel like they just need to go home because I'm not trying to be part of that, whether it gets me $750,000 or not. I don't need that in my life. I'm good. But looking past that, Kyle is not a trustworthy person in the house in any form or fashion. So at this point, knockoff Elvis can stick around. He can stick around. And I hate that I'm saying that because I really do not like Daniel. But at this point, get Kyle's ass the fuck up out of there. You don't want any showmance in there, especially when now we're hearing a theory that showmances get paid more. That shit ain't never breaking up, especially if you gotta be kidding me. They get paid more. It makes so much sense to me. It makes so much sense to me to hear that statement. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if we misheard it, but it makes so much sense that the showmances would get a bonus in the game, which is disappointing because this is not The Bachelor. This is not a dating show, but it seems like every year we always are going back to it being a dating show. But I really hope that Michael is not trying to screw over the leftovers and join whatever bullshit alliance with Alyssa and Kyle. Because if he does, he is in for a world of pain. And I'm really nervous about the possibility of the inmates taking over the asylum. What do I mean by that? We've seen season after season after season. Take 17, for example, Big Brother 17. You have 6th Sense dominating the game. And then James comes in. He takes out Shelly and Clay. Then you've got Steve and Johnny Mac and all these people that have no power in the house suddenly are in a power position. And then you've got bitch ass cry to his mommy, suck on his thumb, hug his teddy bear Steve, ends up winning the whole fucking thing. I'm afraid that if this alliance doesn't start taking out Terrence and knockoff Elvis and Miss Butterbean, they're going to eventually be all that's left in the game because they're just going to keep taking shots at each other. So I'm very concerned that Kyle is going to fuck this season up and get the wrong people in the end game. But if they knock Kyle out, they can get the rest of those people out easy peasy lemon squeezy. Sorry, y'all. I had to take a bite of my Chipotle. This shit is so good, I'm telling you. I got a burrito with chicken, lettuce, mild, and queso. I love it. And I got my strawberry acai. That shit was refreshing. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Ooh, let me see what my next conversation point was. Oh, Daniel. Daniel is throwing his ass a big old pity party in the house today. And I just can't stand it because, Daniel, you are not an underdog. An underdog is someone that was given no chance and has to claw their way back up to the top. Your ass had a chance. You were the first head of household. You should be sitting pretty. Instead, you squandered that opportunity because you listened to a bunch of jealous girls who hated one person because she was more successful and beautiful than them, and you threw your game away because you became obsessed with her. So I ain't got no tears left to cry. Right now, I'm in a state of mind where you can go back to Vegas and be unemployed. I ain't got no tears left to cry for fucking Daniel. Sorry, not sorry. When he was on the episode at the end where he was like, "You guys can't split the check," I was just like, "Shut the fuck up!" And I really hope that he doesn't stay this week and then thinks he's like Janelle, like overcoming the odds, and now he's gonna rise up and make a new army. Bitch, you are irrelevant as hell. In the words of Chilltown, you're just an extra. You are not the main character, okay? And I really don't want his ass to be in that jury house. But if they got to keep him to knock out Kyle, I won't be mad at it. What I really want to know is, where does Turner fit in this equation? because Turner is very loyal to Taylor. He's gotten very close with her to the point where I feel like they could become a duo in the game. But Turner is being included in this January 6th alliance and hasn't really told anybody. It's a potential alliance, mind you. But I want to know, is he really trying to be loyal to the likes of Alyssa and Kyle? Or is he trying to be loyal to a Taylor and a Monty and a Joseph? Because he is in that, what do they call it? The dog pound with Monty, Joseph, Kyle, and a Turner. I really want to know where his head is at. And that's why I'm waiting for this Sunday episode to drop, because I want to see what Turner is thinking. And I really hope they don't waste our time with some bullshit about Alyssa and Kyle cuddling with each other, because ain't nobody wants to see that bullshit on their screen. Also, is Alyssa just the most uninteresting person in the history of Big Brother? I can't tell you one thing about Alyssa that is not something with Kyle. Does anyone know anything about Alyssa? And I'm just being honest. Anyone know anything about her? I didn't think so. And it's really sad that she's coming on this show and her storyline is just about wanting to fuck a guy. It's really sad. It's kind of reminded me of Anal Lice on BB21, where I felt like Anal Lice had potential, because in that first episode, I remember she was like, "Oh, I want to vote for Jessica. I want to support strong women," and she voted against Mickey Mouse to be the camp director. But then the rest of the season, she did nothing but just sit around playing with knockoff Aquaman's hair. And it's disappointing because I feel like Alyssa could be someone that I could be interested in. She's had a pretty good relationship with Taylor. I know a couple of you guys were saying during one of my other streams that maybe if the Girls Alliance wasn't a thing, Taylor and Alyssa could have potentially been friends. And I feel like she is a decent social player, a decent strategist, but all she's doing is trying to get on that Mormon dick. And it's just like, why? Ugh, it's disappointing. Disappointing as hell. But let's get back to Michael. So Michael has now won an HOH and 4 power of vetoes. If he wins one more veto competition, he'll tie the record. The record is 5 veto wins. I believe Danny Briones, Donato, whatever you want to call her, Janelle, Paul, and Casey are the only people to win 5 veto competitions. So if he wins one more, he ties it. But if he wins 2 more, then he breaks the record. And being that this is only week 5, I don't know. And we talked about this during the last episode, but I really feel like we're seeing a really good display of how looks can determine how people view you in the house. Because I feel like if Michael was a musclehead, meathead guy, more people would be looking to take him out. But because he's this scrawny, nerdy, glasses guy, and I don't want to throw in him being gay, but I'm going to throw that in there because I do feel like even Twitter underestimates gay people. I feel like I remember some people in the house grouping him with the girls, which really annoyed me. And it seems like they do that on all these reality shows, and it pisses me off. But I feel like people are underestimating him. Meanwhile, he's won 5 competitions out of 10. That's half of the competitions. 5 weeks into the game. That's insane. It's insane. If he were to go home next week, and I don't even think he competed in the last... Did he compete in the last veto competition? No, right? So he's won every veto competition he's competed in. That's crazy. That is crazy. But I feel like Michael is being underestimated just based on how he looks. And another example would be Miss Butterbean. You got Miss Butterbean over here who lays around the house the entire day, doesn't really do anything, so people don't view her as a threat. However, we can't ignore the fact that she did win an HOH. She did qualify for 2 of the HOH competitions. She has won more competitions than some of the meatheads have won. And again, people are looking at her as someone to kind of just drag to the end. But don't get it twisted. I feel like Miss Butterbean could pull out a comp win or 2. Definitely not going to be anything physical. or anything to do with heights, but I could see her turning it out at some point. I think the best example of someone that kind of proved you can't judge someone's comp ability based on how they look is Kiefer. I don't know if you guys saw Big Brother Canada 9, but Kiefer was this older, I believe he was like the second or third oldest guy in the house. He was a dad. Um, he wasn't one of those fit, muscular, meatheady guys. He was just this normal dude. And if you were just looking at the cast, you would probably think like Tashawn or Jetson or whatever would be, the beast of the season. He won like a couple HOH competitions. He won the veto competitions. He was the comp beast of the season, more so than Jetson, who I feel like gets the credit for being the comp beast. Like, no, it was Kiefer. Kiefer's ass was the comp beast. And everyone they underestimated him throughout the show. So I really want to see a shift in the game, or really just in perceptions, where we can kind of stop looking at how people look and look at the facts. And the facts are Michael is the comp beast of the season. And if he were to go home next week, I would even put him in the talks of being one of the best competition-based players in the history of the show. You can't tell me he's not. He's won over half of the shit. And yes, he won it in tandem with Brittany, but we all know that Brittany was not the reason why they won that. So I saw someone raise this point on Twitter. Is Michael trying to work with Alyssa and Kyle to keep shields in the game? And that was when it made a little more sense to me why he would be trying to work with Alyssa and Kyle over trying to work with Monty and Joseph. If he keeps Alyssa and Kyle in the game, they have shown they can be beaten in competitions by him. So he can beat them out when they're towards the end portion of the game. But they are bigger threats than him because they are a showmance. Whereas with Monty and Joseph have been better in the competition statistically. Statistically, Monty has won an HOH. Joseph has qualified for the competitions. Joseph got close in comps. Monty got close in comps. And Michael would be less likely to beat them in a competition when it's a pivotal moment than Kyle and Alyssa. And while Monty and Joseph are big threats in the game, again, they're more likely to beat him in a comp than Alyssa and Kyle. So even though I'm not happy at the idea of him working with Kyle and Alyssa, I don't think I could be too mad at him about it, because it does make a little bit of sense in my head after I saw that, to work with the showmans potentially. And it wouldn't be the first thing. I remember Karen in Big Brother Canada 5. She was a really big target for a long period in the game. People were like, well, why don't we just take Karen out? It's the easy thing to do. And then she grouped herself up with Ika and Dimitri, and they protected her through the majority of that game. I credit Karen getting to the final two on Ika and Dimitri. I don't think she would have gotten to that point without Ika and Dimitri. Ooh, my notes flashed away. So I don't know, but Michael needs to be really careful, because I feel like Michael's at a point where if he ends up on the block against anyone, he's going to go home. Because how can you not send Michael home when he's won 5 things? I don't know. I'm really curious to see if after his HOH reign is over, will he be talked about as being a target? Because I get that no one's going to mention him as a target during his HOH reign. That's like if on Survivor someone was like, oh, let's vote out this person wearing the immunity necklace. Shout out to Eric Reichenbach. But I'm really curious if Michael will have a target on his back now that the Festy Bestie twist is coming to a close. Speaking of which, do we feel like the Festy Bestie twist was a success? For me, I feel like it was and it wasn't. I feel like there were good parts of it. Like, for example, Taylor getting to make her speech against Nicole. That was great. Amira's blindside. That was great. But I do feel like the flaw in it is how the veto works. I feel like the way it should work, or it should have worked, is the way that Janelle and Jace's joint HOH worked on All Stars, where if you couldn't come to an agreement with your partner, or in this case, your Festy Bestie, you guys got a punishment, and the punishment was you guys become the nominees. I feel like with the veto, the way it should have been handled is, okay, if one person wants to use it and the other person doesn't, you spin a wheel, whichever one it lands on, that's the person that gets to decide what you're doing with it. Or draw the veto chips, something like that. I just feel like it's kind of whack that someone can be like, I want to use the veto, and then they're forced to use it. Because you have to win it with your partner. All these competitions so far, at least, have been based on partner work. So, I don't know. I feel like it was a little flawed, but it's not the worst twist you've ever gotten. But again, we've already seen this twist. I don't know if y'all saw season 13 of Big Brother, but this is basically season 13 of Big Brother. The only difference is they don't have a golden key in this game. They have you can join up with the other group. Last thing I want to talk about before I turn over to you guys to hear from you guys on my space is, what do I think the longevity of Kyle and Alyssa is game-wise and relationship-wise? Game-wise, I don't see them turning on each other because I think they're both really horny, and you're not going to vote off the person in the house that you can fuck. Point blank in the period. They have way too much downtime in the house, and I'm not going to deny it. I can totally see being horny in that house. Not to be vulgar, but I can just imagine being in there and being terrified at the idea of masturbating. I don't want to be too vulgar, y'all. Trust me, I'm trying, but I can totally understand how they might be in there and their hormones might be going up, their drive might be a little up, because you can't masturbate in that house because the feeds are going to catch you. And at least if you're fucking someone, they'll try to, move it off of you so they don't get that shit on there and get taken down by the FCC. But I can see how your sex drive might be an overload while you're in the Big Brother house. I can see that. So I don't think Kyle and Alyssa are going to turn on each other in the game. But outside the game, I don't see it. Kyle is way too fucking needy. And from what it sounds like, Alyssa has a side piece of her own on the outside and probably has a couple side pieces on the outside. So I don't know if Alyssa is going to be the type that wants to settle down after, the game is over. But we'll see. You never know. Either way, they're definitely just going to be a showmance that gets forgotten about. There's nothing unique about them. There's nothing special about them. I'm just so disappointed that we couldn't go one season without a showmance. Even last season, we had Christian and Alyssa plaguing the screens for the first 5 weeks of the game. So I just want one fucking season of Big Brother with no showmances. No showmances. Hashtag no love in the Big Brother household. Anyways, I'm going to turn this over to my audience. So if you want to join the conversation, I put the link to my Twitter in my bio. And you can join the Twitter spaces and give your opinions and your thoughts. If you're in the Twitter space, you can request to speak and then put your hands up, and then I will play you for the audience. So we have, what's up, Pop Culture? I'm going to add you in. And, ooh, my girl Barbie is in here. I'm going to add Barbie up. So yeah, once you guys are in, just raise your hand and then we can go. I believe it was Pop Culture first and then Barbie came in. So go ahead, Pop Culture.
Okay, let's deal with Kyle. Kyle has always been played as if he's going to win the thing. For some reason, it seems like production loves him. And I worked at a major university, a minor university, liberal arts, which had a big communications pod of students. And I saw a lot of students. One came in and he sat down at my desk and said, "I've got to work Big Brother." And I started snickering, and he says, "Why are you snickering?" I said, "Well, just warn me about if there's going to be a showmance. I can't stand them." He says, "Yeah, but you like Jordan and Jeff." I said, "Jordan and Jeff's an exception. Brendan and Rachel was an exception. How many do we have that are exceptions?" And he says, "Okay, I get you." So he comes back to visit me in August when he gets back on campus and said, "I'm so glad I wasn't working Big Brother. They put me in animation instead." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because there was a big to-do backstage before I left Big Brother. the executive producers were fighting to be sure that a showmance got on the show for the casual viewers.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they make sure every season that there's a showmance.
They do their best.
I'm not surprised to hear that, especially since I know Kyle was on the feed saying that he told them he didn't want a showmance, and he's like, they probably put someone in there specifically to be a showmance with me. And I will say, just casting for my show for I Love Money, I've definitely put people in there knowing that, okay, they're going to get along with this person. I've never tried casting for a showmance because showmances are gross, but I've definitely put people in there and been like, okay, this person will be a good opposite for this person, blah, 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 blah. But that's really interesting. I wonder what season he was on, but I don't want you to out him, but that was an interesting story. Thank you for telling us that. My exception to the rule would be Ika and Dimitri, and Rachel and Brendan. The rest of them, bleh. Anyways, go ahead, Barbie. Nice to see you again.
Hey, Dill Pickle. Okay, so as far as showmances go, can you hear me? Can I get a heart if anybody can hear me and I'm not like breaking up?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, cool. I don't mind showmances in the sense, like if it's genuine, because I mean, we know that Big Brother has produced, you know, there have been more successful relationships to come out of Big Brother than the Bachelor franchise. But it's all about genuine. Like, I get it. I get what you're saying. You know, like hormones are high, you know, you're around somebody and they become even more attractive to you because you get to know them on like so much more of an intimate level. Like, I get that. However, there's nothing interesting about Alyssa and Kyle. Like,
True.
There's nothing unique, interesting, entertaining. It is literally like two 12-year-olds, you know, hanging out and just like smushing their faces together. It's so weird. Like, ew. And then Kyle has already, you know, got their log cabin being built as we speak. He is ready for her to pop out them 22 children that he wants. And I mean, like, I don't know. It's just weird and it just disturbs me. And but I was going to say about Michael. Okay, so here's my thing on Michael. I never liked him. I saw his cast photo. I said, nope.
Oh, wow.
He just gave me the ick.
Okay.
And seeing how he's been moving, my feelings are confirmed. I feel justified in my you know first glance, because why would you win a veto?
Exactly.
Especially this week.
Exactly. You don't need it.
You know what shifty, snaky Kyle is trying to pitch.
Yes.
And you also know that you're supposed to be in this very loyal 7-person alliance.
Yes.
And yet, why not give the power so you at least have plausible deniability when Kyle's like, what happened? You can say, what was I supposed to do, man? They beat me in the veto.
Yes.
Take the responsibility out of your hands. You're supposed to be this super fan. What? Super fan of what? Beating Janelle's, like, comp wins?
Yes.
Like, what is wrong with you, bro? And then, to top it off, you're, like, trying to, like, hitch your wagon to Kyle, who you had watched single-handedly dismantle two very well-constructed and, you know, you can see these alliances having the potential to go far. Like the Pose Pack or whatever alliance really could have done well in the game. Kyle dismantled that. The leftovers get formed. Everything's looking good. Here comes Kyle with his crazy paranoia and delusions. And it's like, Michael's like, oh yeah, Kyle and Alyssa are really good for my game. No, they're not, because everybody he's pitching is his people. They're not, they have nothing with you, and they're going to start looking at 5 wins out of, 5 out of 10? What? I don't know. I can't. Just, yeah.
I agree with you 100%. I like Michael had no reason to win this veto competition. No reason. If Daniel and Kyle were in there, then I would get, okay, maybe I need to throw it. Maybe I need to win this so they don't get it and fuck up everything. But you had Turner and Jasmine in there who are not going to win this in any fucking way. And then you've got the nominees. And because of the way this twist works, Turner is going to use the veto, even if Jasmine doesn't want to use it. Joseph and Monty are going to use it, even if Terrence doesn't want to use it. So him and Brittany had no reason to win this at all. And I agree with you wholeheartedly on Kyle and Alyssa. Again, I really do not feel like they would be together if it wasn't for being stuck in the Big Brother house. Same thing with a lot of the showmances that came out of Big Brother. But it is what it is. Anyways, I'm going to hop over to the next speaker, which is Evan.
Yeah, I just want to say that I ship Taylor and Joseph way more than Alyssa and Kyle.
Agreed.
Like, earlier. I just want to say that.
You better ship her with that money.
Oh yeah, that too.
Period.
I really want her to win. So
I agree with that. Also, I see my girl Lana in the audience. Hey Lana, love you. I believe Philip was the next person that had his hand raised. So go ahead, Philip.
Okay, yeah, I was just here just to say about all this Kyle hate. Like, I'm just not. I was like the biggest hater of Kyle when he first joined. Like, when I first saw the live show, I was like, wow, this kid is like really annoying. But like, at least for me, as far as like, he was raised Mormon. Like, I can't relate to being Mormon, but I was raised like really strict Baptist, and like that like completely warps like a lot of my views until I was able to like get my own views, basically, that were not like force fed from my parents. And so I just feel like for Kyle, it's kind of like his like first time like out in the real world. So like this is like the first girl that's like shown him attention, and like do I think it's good that he's like doing this? No. But I just think that this is like his first like real experience, and he like his emotions and his hormones are just like going everywhere. But I still think at the core, like he's like a good person. And I just feel like lately, especially within the last few days, he's been getting a lot of hate for things he said. And I can see definitely how it would be construed that way or like seen that way. But I just don't think that he's been exposed to a lot of the world, and like he doesn't know like how things operate necessarily. Like, so I just think from that point, I just think that Kyle's just getting a lot of hate. And then like as far as Michael goes, like I think that he's just stuck in a place where like what's he supposed to do? Like why not win? Because I don't think these people are going to look at him any differently like until they get to jury anyway. And I mean, he's screwed no matter what. If he won this veto this week, he still won 3 vetoes in an HOH. Like, he was still going to be looked at. So why not win this one? But I don't know. That's just how I feel. I just feel like Kyle is just getting a lot of hate for the recent comments, but I just feel like he's just not experienced. I don't know.
Wait. Can I just say one thing? The reason why Michael shouldn't have won it is because now he actually has to make a choice. And it's going to put him in a position he didn't need to put himself in.
Well, I mean, I can definitely see that. Like, if I was Michael, I would have thrown it myself. But also, we haven't seen it. So, like, is it possible for him to throw it and not make it obvious when Brittany's playing as well? We don't know how much Brittany's trying.
OTEV, I think, is the easiest one.
It wasn't OTEV? Is that what everyone's saying?
Yeah.
It was OTEV.
It was OTEV? Okay, I wasn't that.
That's the easiest comp to throw.
Brittany got hurt, they say, and there's actually a picture up on Twitter with her leg cut open and a roll Band-Aid on it, and they're saying Turner got hurt too.
Yeah, they had to pop his knee back into place. I saw.
Well, I mean, in that case, then yeah, like maybe I would have thrown that veto because, like,
I think all Big Brother alumni have said OTEV is like, because for the longest there was the OTEV curse, and they were saying if you need to throw a veto or if you can, that's the one you can get away with throwing that doesn't look like you're throwing it.
Yeah,
maybe in that case I would have, but I don't know.
I don't know. I wanted to kind of reply to I wanted to reply before we moved on to what you had said about Kyle not really experiencing the world. I'm on Kyle's Instagram right now, and he has a bunch of different memories: San Diego, Telleroo, Colorado, Yellowstone, Utah, Hawaii, New Zealand, Phillip Island, Tasmania, Sydney, Gold Coast. So he's been all these places. Kyle is 29 years old, okay? Kyle is not a 20-year-old. He's not an 18-year-old. He's not even a 22-year-old, okay? There is no excuse for him to be making the comments he was making. Point blank in the period. We're not talking about a child in here. So I'm not really going to give him a pass, especially when he signed on to be on Big Brother. You know, I'm not sending him death threats. I'm not hitting up his family. I'm not doing any of that shit. But I am going to judge him for the things that he said on the show. And he is way too old to be making the mistakes that he's making and saying the stuff he's saying, and to be playing kissy goo goo with some random girl in the house and falling head over heels. And I know that he's Mormon, but he's an ex-Mormon. He left the Mormon church, so I'm not giving him a pass. Sorry, not sorry. Especially when he's on TikTok throwing his backside around like he knows what he's doing. So I just have to agree with I have to disagree with you, Philip. But thank you for your input. I believe Astro Meme Queen raised her hand next. So go ahead, Astro Meme Queen.
Yeah, I just want to say the things Kyle has been saying is pretty unacceptable to me. I don't really care how old you are. Like, you know better than to be grouping all the people of color and the other ethnic minorities in with them. You know, the only reason he wasn't including Michael in that is because, you know, Michael is HOH and Michael's the one he was talking to. So, like, I don't really think it's like people giving him all this credit. I'm like, he's literally just talking like this to Michael. But if there was another alpha white man in the house, he would be saying this shit to them and probably stuff about Michael too. Yeah, he's definitely in this relationship with Alyssa because he's getting more money from it. You can't really convince me otherwise because the boy is broke. Like, I'm sure Daniel would have gotten in on that if he wasn't butt fucking ugly. You know? I mean,
Meme Queen coming in with the reads.
Michael has an enormous amount of hubris. That's all I can say, because winning 5 of the first comp of any percentage of the first 5 weeks comps, like, what are you doing? Are you serious right now? You have got to be the stupidest fucking super fan I've ever seen in my life. Like, you really, like there is no type of reason that you should be winning this comp. Because now you're going to have to show your cards by using it or not using it. So I mean, honestly, I would just use it, but, like, it's just, I guess he couldn't lose to Terrence, and I understand that. Like, I wouldn't want to lose to that old man either. Like, and it is Otev, which is a fan
Astro
favorite.
Meme Queen always got the reads.
Otev, so he wanted to be, Janelle, as he often compares himself to, and, like, she also enjoys this comparison, and they're both from Minnesota, and they're super white, and, like, everybody loves them. I get it. But, like, at the end of the day, it's like you're playing this game to win money, right? Like, unless you really just came in there to be, like, a super fan, which is, like, fine. Like, I guess I respect that, but, like, you really don't want that money? Like, come on now. Like, you're just making yourself the biggest target. Daniel, you can't keep that man in that house. I don't care what you say. cannot keep that man in that house because that man is gunning for you, and he's gunning for you even harder because you won OTEP, and he is
good. Keep him in the house so he can keep up that plan.
I mean,
send Kyle home this week. Let Daniel take Michael out. Okay.
Daniel is an idiot. He ain't gonna come for Michael. I mean, Michael's a target for Daniel.
No, Daniel said he wanted to come for Michael. Daniel said he's not going for Taylor. He's definitely going for Michael.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we keep Daniel this week. We send Kyle the fuck out the door.
Yep.
That splits up the showmance. One is going to jury, one is not going to jury. And then guess what? Daniel can go straight for Michael. And then once Michael's out the way, you didn't have to betray your alliance. Daniel took him out. And then Daniel can go. See, everybody wins. Everybody's happy. Yay!
Except Taylor, who is very uncomfortable with Daniel being in the house.
Except Taylor was talking about she wanted him in jury. Like, I love how we all love her and we want to protect her, but she's a big girl and I'm going by her words. I don't need to victimize her. If she don't want to be a victim in this situation, that's not my job to do. I am not a heal the world blanket to prop up on her when she doesn't want it. She said she wants him in jury. She thinks he'll be a fair juror, and she thinks he respects the game too much to not be a fair juror. So if that's what she wants, I want her to have it.
In reference to who? Like, who is a more fair-headed juror than Daniel? Because Daniel literally
she said Daniel would be a fair juror and he respects the game and he would vote based on gameplay, and she wanted him in jury. I am using her words.
I honestly think that when Daniel gets into jury and starts thinking this through and playing things back in his head, he will be a fair jury. He has no option but to consider everything that has gone on and how it has affected other people's games. He is a Paloma person. I don't like to say her name because how she went out, but he really believed her. He really, really believed her.
I mean, no, but my whole point is, like, I don't care because he literally doesn't have the right to be deciding who wins. Like, I feel like that would be the biggest slap in his face to have him not be able to, like, choose the winner. Like, he went through 10 years of auditioning. And then he doesn't even get to... I think it would be a great slap in his face. That's just my personal opinion. I
didn't think Cody had the right to decide who won.
Cody Nixon? I mean, he's a transphobe, so fuck that bitch. Anyway, any day of the week, he can catch these fucking hands. I don't care. I don't even care. Like, yeah, actually, maybe if Jessica was in that jury, fine.
I love
Jessica would have handed it to Paul. I don't even care because fuck that guy. That guy is a whole can of worms of problematic. He literally bragged about going to, like, I don't remember, a Black Lives Matter protest. Like,
who did that?
Remember, it was like in Missouri, and he went to the Black Lives Matter protest that was going on down there, and he was like,
"Oh, Mickey Mouse."
Yeah.
Yeah, him. The 21 guy.
He like bragged about going there. Yeah. And he was like, "Yeah, I went and I was looting." In Ferguson. Yeah, in Ferguson. And it's like, do you know how many of the people that organized that have died under mysterious circumstances? Like, it's really toxic that he was, like, on live TV bragging about going to that. I mean, like, fuck him. But anyway, on a tangent. I don't think Daniel deserves the right because I don't want him. I want him to be on Zoom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want him to be pre-jury because it will literally deflate his ego. If he's a juror, he is not catching the smoke until September. He needs to be catching the smoke next week. In like 4 days, he needs to be catching the smoke. That's my point. And I just think that, and I don't think he deserves the right to say anything. Let me ask
you, Indy's not even on the same planet as we are. She has no concept of the game.
That's true.
Wait, did you hear me?
I said that's true.
I mean, and I'm not a Daniel fan. Y'all are forcing me to defend him, but I'm saying if Taylor understands that he's a fan of the game and he would vote on the gameplay, you kind of want somebody that's at least acknowledging that we're on Earth to be voting for a game that they understand is going on versus someone like Indy who is just floating around, in space. Like, I mean, they've all talked about, they're like, oh, I don't even know what Indy would be like as a juror. I don't even think she understands what's happening. So, like, there can only be one more pre-juror. Like, you know what I mean? It's not
And
like
this is...
Well, it's not going to be Indy anyway, so I don't even understand why that's being brought up because Michael said he's not putting any of those three.
No. That's what I'm saying. Because it can't be Indy. I think it should be Kyle. For everyone's longevity in the game, especially the people that we like, Kyle leaving would be the best for that, and Daniel being first juror would be, or Michael being first juror, and then Daniel being second juror would be the ultimate way for that to happen, for everybody we like to get to the end and everybody to have longevity in the game.
I think you two are looking at it two different ways. I feel like Barbie is looking at it from a strategic point, and I think we talked about it the other day, that it would probably be best for the people in the leftovers if Alyssa or Kyle were the next one to go. But Astro Meme Queen is looking at it like, fuck Daniel. And I'm on the same page as Astro Meme Queen, where I'm kind of at a point where I just can't stand Daniel. And from a petty point of view, it would be nice to see his ass sitting on the Zoom call at the finale, kind of being tossed to the side and not even be there in the studio for the end.
Yeah, and also I don't think Daniel's as rational as everybody's giving him all this credit for. Just because he's a fan of the show doesn't mean he's gonna not be a better juror. I just don't think that's like necessarily
his
true.
ego is too big. His ego is too big. He wants the clout and all of the accolades from the alumni.
He literally thinks he's the hero.
Exactly. That is my point. He thinks he's the hero in this story, and so he wants the respect from the Cookout and Janelle and all of these people, and he knows they will dog him if he votes bitterly.
I don't know. I don't think people would dog you for voting bitterly.
Let me take it a step further. I have belonged to Popular Culture of the South, and Popular Culture of the South set their meeting one year in Savannah and had Elvis impersonators the first night.
Oh, Lord.
We walked down Riverwalk and saw 50 Elvis impersonators. I've seen the best. I saw Eddie Miles in Myrtle Beach.
Was Daniel there with his cheap wig?
No, this was a long time ago. He probably hadn't even been born. But to make the matter worse, he thinks that this Big Brother stint and his promoting Elvis will get him a gig in Las Vegas. You've got to prove that you can be Elvis before you can get a gig in Las Vegas. And I honestly think with the way he comes across, he can't do that.
Y'all are coming with the reads tonight.
I don't think he can sing.
I'm crying. I want to pass it over to Lana because I know Lana's been patiently waiting, but that was a great debate and from all of you. So I'm going to pass it over to Lana. Thank you for waiting.
No problem. I just have one quick thing. Well, two quick things. First of all, I understand. I personally did not want to see Daniel in jury. I personally feel like for Taylor's safety, because I don't want her around him with no cameras. But hearing Taylor say she wouldn't mind Daniel being in the jury, I'm like, well, look, girl, okay, fine. You do what you want to do. If that's what you feel, if you feel comfortable, you feel safe. We just looking out for who we like and their safety. And we're like, look, I don't trust it. But if she's willing to do it, big girls, put your big girl panties on and do what you got to do and play the game. She's here to play the game. She's not here for the, she had to get out of her feelings for a minute and say, hey, yeah, he makes me uncomfortable sometimes, but put all that aside, I'm here for $750K. So you can make me uncomfortable. I ain't got to like you to play this game with you, and I ain't got to like you to put you out this game as fast as I can. So you can sit in jury and stew for the first however many weeks. You could be first jury, second jury. You could just sit there and stew. And I do think that Daniel is a person who he is a fan of this game. So I do think if he's first or second juror, he will sit in that jury house and he will have to reflect on where his game went wrong, because you'd always sit in jury like, what did I do wrong? How did I end up here and not in those final two chairs? So he is going to sit in that jury house. He's going to stew. He's going to reflect. He's going to have that round table talk with everybody once they get to that point. And I do think he will be a person who will be able to judge this game strictly on game, not personal feelings. Because, yeah, he gonna go to jury, but he still gonna get some kind of insight on how he is being portrayed, if he hadn't already got it. So he's going to know that being a bitter jury is not going to help his case at all, because he is already at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to how the audience views him. So he really can't go in there and be like, well, if Taylor is at the end, he can't sit there with Taylor sitting in that final two and still be anti-Taylor and bullying Taylor, because he's going to know. So I'm not worried about that anymore. If Taylor says she's going to be a big girl and he can go to jury, let him go to jury. What I am concerned about, and I will say this, I will not be giving Kyle any kind of passes for what he said, because number one, this is what I'm saying. I don't think Kyle going after Monty or Joseph or Taylor or Jasmine or Terrence is a bad thing if he feels like there are really, truly targets for his game. It's the what you're saying that makes it all wrong. It's how you're grouping them together, and the reasons you're grouping them together is what makes it all wrong. I don't want people to think, oh, you can't go after Black people or POCs in the game because that just makes me look racist. No, that's not the case. You can go after whoever you want to if that person is a threat to your game, but you have to think about, why is this person a threat to my game? And Kyle's only reason for putting these people together is because he don't want to Cookout 2.0. Well, my boy, if you can't handle Cookout 2.0, he already put himself in a great position before Alyssa. There was going to be no Cookout 2.0 because they weren't even thinking like that. He was in a great position. Even if he wanted to bring Alyssa into the fold after you did push the narrative for her to go 2 weeks in a row, that's why everybody's still trying to push that narrative. That's on you. But if you wanted to backtrack and bring Alyssa to the fold, all you had to do was bro it up with Monty and Joseph and be like, yo, bro, I'm starting to catch some things. I don't want her to go to jury. And I am so sure the way those boys are, they would have been happy to keep her in there to jury. You don't even have to turn against your alliance. I just think he's doing too much too soon, and it's ridiculous. Now, I can see Monty and Joseph could be a threat to his game. Get them out. Fine, do what you got to do. But don't veil it under, I don't want it to be the Cookout 2.0, because that is where it turns sour for you. And that is where nobody is going to want to root for you. And that is where it's ugly. So don't give Kyle a pass for anything. He knew what he was doing when he walked in that room. And I'm not going to give Michael a pass if he does go along with this plan, because now you know what you're doing. So that's all I got to say.
I think that was a great point, Lana. I think it's all about the message that he's putting out with putting that word out there. I feel like we're at a weird point where we just had the cookout, and I think maybe people don't know how to react to it. But they should. You know what I'm saying? And
the cookout is an alliance.
Exactly.
That's all they were.
Yeah.
That's all they were. Like every other alliance, all 22 seasons before that, they were just the alliance. They just happened to be Black.
And they happened to be smart. They kept it quiet.
Yes.
And that's what's scaring people. And that's what's scaring people. Not only were they just happened to be Black, but they were smart Black people. And that scares some people.
Well, they could have done it with the other groups this year. They're just not smart.
Exactly.
I think what it is And I saw someone make a post about this, and I thought it was a great point, that when you're a white person in the house and a majority of the house is white, you have a cushioning to where you have a bunch of people that you can fit in with, kind of, and you can rely on having that cushioning of being surrounded by white people. And then people that are really fragile, and I feel like Kyle is a fragile person and he has a fragile ego, once they start not becoming the majority in the house, then they feel threatened. And I feel like that's what's happening with Kyle. And again, that's why I feel like it's really important that the casting team asks questions like, what does your social circle look like in real life? Because if someone does not have a history of surrounding themselves with a diverse set of people, they're going to go in that house and they're going to do shit like Kyle's doing. I feel like it should be a requirement to show casting what your friend circle looks like, what your work circle looks like. Who are the people you're surrounding yourself with? Because if you only surround yourself with white people, Big Brother's not the game for you. Because you're putting people in there and it's putting them at risk. So I feel like that needs to be a question moving forward, so we don't have situations like this anymore where people are grouping together all of the minorities in the house. And now what's unfortunate is they can put it under the guise of, oh, I'm afraid there's a Cookout 2.0, because people were doing this before the Cookout was an alliance. They did this in season 22 with David and Davon. Shit, they did it with Davon and Bailey. Davon and Bailey were not a pair. They just got grouped together by the rest of the house. So it's unfortunate. But yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Lana. I give Kyle 0.0 passes all day, every day. I believe Philip was the next person to speak. If anyone else wanted to, I'm actually going to write down everyone's order. If anyone else wanted to chime in on what Lana said, feel free to do so.
Well, I was just chiming in on the point of, as far as like Daniel, like keeping Daniel this week, like as far as me, like I, just to clarify, like I'm a gay man, I am white, but like I love Michael. I'm definitely rooting for Michael, so my bias is definitely that way. But like as far as keeping Daniel for Michael, I feel like Daniel is, well, he's a piece of shit and I can't stand him. He's like kind of a shield for Michael, because if Michael lets him slide by this week, like if he, since they won veto, if he doesn't use it, and even if they just get out Terrence, for them next week, like Daniel's like an easy out. That's one more target, because honestly, Michael is like the next target. And then that's just how I feel about Michael. Like, I just feel like he probably shouldn't have won this one. I definitely think, I don't know why he would have won it. But I feel like Terrence, like from what I've read, is that Terrence also was trying to throw it. It was like him and Terrence at the end. So like, I feel like maybe both of them were to some extent.
Wait, are you telling me that Terrence was in the final two of the OTEV challenge?
I heard that Terrence was.
Yeah, he was second. He was second.
What? Yeah. What in the?
From what I've heard is that Terrence said like to Michael, like, "Hey, like you need to win this."
I'm sorry, but that is.
I don't even know how much Michael, quote unquote, wanted to win. Like maybe he wanted to win to a certain point. Like obviously we don't know a whole lot until we see the competition, but like I don't know. I'm just a big Michael fan. Like obviously I'm also a big Janelle fan, so I guess that comes hand in hand.
I'm sorry, but that is so embarrassing to lose to Terrence.
What is wrong with being a Janelle fan? Come on.
No, not Janelle.
But I'm gonna tell you how it happened. I'm gonna tell you why it happened. How it happened.
Yeah. No, you go up. You go up.
Of course, we know Hopalong, Scooty Booty. She wasn't really trying to do nothing. She couldn't really do much. Brittany hurt herself. Brittany hurt herself. Turner hurt himself. And so it was really up to Michael and Terrence at that point, because everybody else hurt themselves. And then Joseph, he was first for most of the competition, getting back up there. But the one he got out, he couldn't find it, and then he got out. So that's how that happened.
Did Monty have to sit out? Did they only let two people from the trio compete?
I don't know about that.
I don't know all the details yet. Like, I've just known, like, because I haven't been watching the feeds because I've been in here, but, like, just from what I've seen is just that it came down to him and Michael. So, like, I don't know. I feel like Michael probably, because as the HOH, he probably didn't want to, like, drop out first. And then maybe because of the situation with Turner getting hurt and yada, 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 maybe, like, Michael kind of fell into this win. Because I know going into it, Terrence did not want to win because Terrence thinks that if he throws it, you know, then he'll be safe, even though Terrence
which is stupid. Stupid man.
Like,
stupid
Terrence
man.
doesn't leave over Monty, period.
Well, I know, but
Terrence
would be safe, though.
No, Terrence told Daniel that he was not going to use the veto, so Daniel wouldn't go up and they could get Monty out.
But Monty and Joseph can override that because whoever wins on the team, one person, all it takes is one person saying we're going to use it.
But I'm curious about that. Did it work differently this week? Because all the other competitions have been duo based. And it looks like this one was an individual one. So,
well, the way they announced it, they said Michael and Brittany have won veto.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
And they both had the power of vetoes.
I'm curious about that. You know what? I'm excited to see what happens on this episode because I'm curious if only one of them has to decide, and then I'm curious if Monty got to compete. Because I was wondering in my head, how would it work if you have 3 people in a Festy Bestie or even 4 people potentially? Like, would they change the rules and now, okay, you have 7 or 8 people competing in a veto? Very curious.
Let's be honest. Allison Grosvenor changes the rules as she sees fit.
And listen, Allison Grosvenor's got her cereal bowl.
I honestly believe that. I'm speaking from a recapper for years of Big Brother. And I have seen subtle changes through the years of where you thought it was going one way, even from the live feeds, and all of a sudden the diary room gets involved and things change.
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't even cover Celebrity Big Brother 3 because I took one look at the list and knew it was going to be crap.
I gotta say that whenever the conversation comes up, is Big Brother rigged? And I feel like that's a good point that we all could talk about. And I'd like to hear from each of our speakers if you think Big Brother is rigged. I feel like it is and it isn't at the same time. I feel like Pop Culture made a really good point. I think what happens is they don't necessarily rig it specifically for someone to win. Like, they don't go in there and you have no shot at winning if production doesn't want you to win. But they have subtle ways of influencing and trying to direct where the game goes to fit whatever narrative they want to put. For example, they'll go to the diary room and they won't outright tell you who's coming for you or what to do, but they'll give you leading questions to kind of plant an idea in your head. And then with the challenges, you don't know what the challenges are, so they can always change what order the challenges come. Like, I always thought it was really interesting that all of the endgame challenges in Big Brother 21 were physical. And you've got Mickey Mouse in there, who is the only person that can win a physical challenge. And I feel like with the twists, they leave it really open so that whatever way they kind of want to put it, that's the way the twist is going to go. So, this is a ring of power, and it sucks someone's dick. I don't know. It does whatever. But actually, it can save you from the block. We didn't mention that before, but it actually can. There's just been a lot of these weird powers that make no sense and doesn't have specified rules. Like, I don't know what a good example is, but like, they don't specify it. So anyone can join in. Do you think Big Brother is rigged? Anyone can come off mic and talk about it.
I mean, I think that Hacker Cobb and BB20 is pretty much like the best example of like the interference, because like that's also the season where like they stopped doing live veto polls, like where they would pull the chips, because after the veto ceremony, Swaggy and Festy, I think, like went through the bag to see, because Tyler kept getting picked. And I mean, just like the hacker like they literally kept, like, because it was Haley's HOH, right? And they put up Rockstar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rockstar went to jury because of that. Like, it's definitely, there's rigging. I mean, obviously I feel like the whole Small Stars season was just so that Cody could get a win for no apparent reason besides just being like a white guy. I don't know.
Well, I do have tea on that.
But
Cody was not supposed to be on that season. I don't know if y'all remember, but I had a tweet that went viral right before All Stars popped off where I exposed the fact that Nicole got Derek and Dan kicked off of the All Star season for pre-gaming because initially Nicole didn't have a spot on the show. And because she ratted them out, production gave her a spot on the show.
Well, you know that Nicole's mother talked to Cody's family before the show started, and they did some finagling between them.
Well, they had private Zoom calls. That season was set up for, I think initially was set up for Derek to win it. I do agree with Meme Queen.
Derek beat the system. That's why he won his season.
Oh, Derek is a cheater. I feel like Derek is one of the worst winners in Big Brother history. I give him zero credit because he is the reason why Nicole won season 18 because he set up Paulie and James and Nicole to work with each other before the season even started. That's why Nicole and James worked with each other because Paulie's the brother and then they knew James from 17 and then obviously Nicole stayed with them. And All Stars was doomed from the beginning because you put Nicole in there, Danny that was there for the proposal, Cody that's friends with them from Big Brother 16, Memphis who's friends with Dan. All Stars was just such a shit show. It felt like a season of alternates. You had to drop Dan, so you got Memphis. Oh, you had to drop Derek, so you get Cody. Like,
let me speak on how the game shows are labeled. You know, back in the 50s, if you've studied anything about TV, you know that Groucho Marx had one and it got canceled because it was payola. They were paying off people to win.
Yes.
Now these kind of contests are not considered game shows. Dance Moms is a prime example. It was considered news. Big Brother is considered a social experience. So there is no controlling the behind the scenes action like there is with Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy.
Well, I think a good
that the producers won't goes.
I think a good example is I know what you're talking about. So Survivor and Big Brother are the two examples to use. Survivor is labeled as a competition show, whereas Big Brother is labeled as an entertainment show. What that means is for Survivor, they have to, and maybe they've changed the categorization for Survivor, but I know they have to prove that it's a fair competition where it's not skewed in any way for one person to go. With Big Brother, they don't have any of those rules on them because it's labeled entertainment. It's under the category of entertainment. So they can do whatever they want. Julie Chen could come on the screen and said, you know what? Jesus has told me that Daniel needs to win this season because he needs to buy a new toupee for his Elvis act. She could do that and she would be well within her rights to do that. And there is nothing anyone in the house can do because it's not technically labeled a competition show. It's labeled entertainment. So that was a great point, Pop Culture. I want to jump to Zach because I know, Zach, you had your hand raised for a minute. And then I want to go to Barbie right after that. Also, feel free, guys, to jump in. Don't feel like you have to stay on mute. Feel free to talk. And if anyone in the listeners wants to jump on in, feel free to request and I'll speak your mind. So go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, on the topic of rigging, so I think that Big Brother, like, there's been several instances that I've been watching where I've been like, I don't know about that. Like, for example, in Big Brother 20, when they said specifically that your feet cannot come off the pedestal in the HOH, and Tyler's, both of his feet, there's several pictures are going around, clear as day. You can see that his feet were off of that pedestal, and Haley would have been the HOH that week, and that would have
No, they said your feet could not go below the disc. That was the loophole. Your feet could not go below the disc.
They got the loophole.
Okay, well, okay, I don't know what the rules were, but it was like problematic. And not only that though, but like that's just like one thing that I was like, oh, that's like that stood out. But like, yeah, I feel like they don't outright rig, but I feel like if they want someone to win, they can very easily make it happen. It just depends on how smart the people in the house are. And a lot of the times they're not that smart, and they can just be like, oh, like, what do you think about this? And they're like, oh, like, you're right. Like, maybe I should do this. Like, they kind of let the diary room like decide things for them without them really like understanding that that's what's happening.
Yes.
But I feel like smarter people will be like, let me think about that. Or even I feel like even with smart people in the diary room, if they like them, they can tell them things that are very like revealing without actually saying it. Like, I guarantee if I was in the Big Brother house and they said some things like, oh, like, what do you think about this person? I'd be like, why are they asking me about this person? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was starting to think about like, okay, why are they asking these questions? They don't just ask you random questions for no reason.
Have you
like,
ever seen
for every question?
Did you watch Big Brother Canada season 4 with Tim and Nikki?
Yeah.
So Tim Dormer had said that when you're playing the game, you're playing against 16 people, 15 house guests, and you're playing against Big Brother. And he said that when he went into the diary room, he always used it as an opportunity to kind of get information. And he would read between the lines of the questions that he was asked by the diary room. So I agree with you full-heartedly that the show isn't outright rigged, but you're playing against Big Brother just as much as you're playing against the house guests, which if you read the book 1984, which is if y'all didn't know, that's where the name of the show comes from. 1984 is this book. I had to read it for AP Lit, where it's a dystopian world and you have Big Brother is always watching you. They had all these screens around the world and they would have people watching you on the show, or not on the show, in the world. And if someone does something wrong, you get recorded to Big Brother, and Big Brother like tells you how to live and what to do and all this stuff. So I feel like it's very fitting that Big Brother is playing against you just as much as the house guests are, because it's kind of similar to the show. So I think you're spot on, Zach.
Yeah, 100%. That's all I have to say about that.
Go ahead, Barbie.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, like, I don't think we can even call it rigging when it's like part of it. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's not a reality show. It's not a documentary. It's not a game show. They don't have storyboards for game shows. Do you know what I mean? This is a producer-driven television show. So that is why they go so heavy on we've got to find a funny bit for each episode. We've got to find, everybody gets like, there's one person in every episode that's going to be like either the villain, the victim, the strategic mind, or whatever. So it's like they're creating these caricatures of every person that's in there. So it's like the Jasmine shit, they think that is like doing something, but they see that that's a character, and they see that she's able to be mind fucked in the DR, so she keeps providing this material. You know what I mean? Like, she's all like, oh, this is just fried flounder fun. And it's like, nobody talks like that. That's not like real. That doesn't happen in anywhere. But they know that they can get mileage out of it. And that's what it is for them. They're creating a story. Same reason why they want a showmance. I get it. It's content. It's easy. Once you know that you were able to push these two people together and be like, so what do you think about Alyssa, Kyle? So Alyssa, what do you think about Kyle? They know that we can pretty much get these people to say anything regarding the game. Once we've got them on the hook for this whatever situation that might not be game-wise, we've got them on the hook so we can feed them all kinds of bullshit and manipulate them. Because you can kind of tell who's not with it and who is based on how cheesy and corny their diary rooms are.
Exactly.
And I've seen alumni say that before. Like, I've seen them say, at first everybody's kind of game for it. They're like, sure, okay, I'll say something silly or goofy. But you see as it goes on, the people that are like, I'm not fucking saying that. Like, dude, I gotta like walk down the street when I leave here. I'm not trying to get clowned for the rest of my life.
And to that point, Barbie, I
So-
have noticed as the season has gone on, there's been less cheesy, corny diary room lines being fed to them, which I've appreciated because I hate those diary room lines. I hate them so
they're
much.
still being fed, but these people are wisening up and being like, I'm not fucking saying that.
Yeah.
No way.
It's embarrassing, but I have to agree with you, Barbie. And it's unfortunate because, like, I hate again to draw this comparison to my show, but I feel like with Big Brother, because I've done the casting process for Big Brother and for Survivor, and for Survivor, they want people that are inspiring, that have life experience, that are strategic, because they're able to have more time to try and figure out what a story is for the show. And again, that's classified as a reality competition show, so they can't really interfere as much as Big Brother can. With Big Brother, they want to have something they can put on autopilot. So they want people that have these big personalities and are crazy and are wild. Honestly, I had a person tell me straight up, and I probably shouldn't say this, but they said, you should try out for Big Brother instead of Survivor, which kind of told me that I'm a little crazy, but...
Well, you also have like a more animated personality. I feel like on Survivor, there's not there's not time for that because they want you to be all like, you know, I'm dying over here. I've had 3, you know, pieces of rice in 2 weeks. You know, like there's not room for animation.
And I'm not a woe is me type of person at all, but what I wish Big Brother would do is, rather than rely on feeding the contestants things to say and trying to manipulate the contestants, cast people that are interesting and have something to say before you make them say it. And I was saying this on one of my earlier streams. They should put in a psychic, someone that thinks they can talk to dead people. I'll lean in a little bit. Cast that person that left the Mormon church and have them talk about it. I'll lean in a little bit. And instead of relying on manipulating the contestants to make them interesting, throw shit in there that'll make it interesting. For example, I see Chantel's in the audience. Hey girl, for our show, for I Love Money, we have a thing where you can earn money throughout the season. They're called Coco coins. So you can buy powers, you can do shit. And one of the things I threw in there is you can send anonymous messages to people, and I will read it aloud for the house. So imagine if on Big Brother, you could go to the diary room and you could tell them, okay, I want you to put these anonymous messages out there. And then at some random part in the day, so no one knows who put it in there, the loudspeaker speaks, "This is Big Brother. Anonymous message says that Jasmine, no one likes you, and I'm the one that ate your muffin. Suck it." Imagine if they could do something like that. That'll cause a whole bunch of arguments. Like, you throw stuff in there that'll give these people the opportunity to stir up drama. It doesn't necessarily have to be something messy like that, but always give the contestants an opportunity to make the show interesting. Like, one time I had them do a task where I had the fans ask them questions, and then they had to answer messy questions to get coins or whatever. So I feel like Big Brother has so much potential, but a lot of the producers, no tea, no shade, no pink lemonade if y'all are listening, but are just lazy. And there's so much better things that they could do to make the show more interesting and messy. But anyways, does anyone have any more points that they want to put towards that? I saw V had came forward. So V, if there was something that you had wanted to say, I'm gonna give you the floor.
Oh, hey, how's it going, Dylan?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having these spaces. They're really fun to listen to. I love it. You guys are like my podcast. But one thing that I was thinking about when you were mentioning like production interference. Am I cutting out? Sorry.
No, you're good.
Hello? Oh, okay. When we were talking about production interference, I don't know who in here may or may not have seen the show Unreal, But from what I understand, people that were involved in the production of The Bachelor were writers on that show, and so they show, like, from a production standpoint, the making of this dating show or whatever, and there's so much interference by the production team that they they kind of make bets with each other and things like that. They have a certain pool of contestants they work with, and they try to push for them to win. And so I always kind of think about that when I think about production interfering, because I mean, these people worked on a show like The Bachelor. I mean, it's not the same as Big Brother, but maybe there's that kind of dynamic behind the scenes of Big Brother too.
I think so.
I don't think there's that much of interference. I feel like if people pick up on it, then that's one thing. But if anyone was picking up on anything, someone should have sniffed out the cookout last year, and no one did. So I feel like either they were playing to them, or they're not by it. I don't know. I just feel like maybe they give some subtle hints by asking questions about certain people, what do you think about this person? And people can piece that together. But I don't think they're outright asking people about what's going on, because I felt last year, at least as a viewer, it was obvious that they were operating that way, but obviously people inside the house didn't, so they weren't clued in on it. And that would have been an easy opportunity for production to be what do you think about Tiffany and Xavier and all them all together?
But they were never together. So what was production supposed to do? Say, hey, have you noticed that no Black people have left? Just gonna leave that here. There's not really a way you can do that.
No, but I feel like they could have asked questions that would have gotten people questioning it. But I mean,
yeah, but they don't go that far. They're not gonna outright. Also, if listen, you got to remember too, if it got out that they asked them something like that, have you noticed that there hasn't been any Black people eliminated? Do you know?
That's what I was thinking. I was they're not going to ask that kind of question.
No.
Then have people in the diary room could come for them after the show. You know what I mean? Be
100%.
They were asking me oh, have you noticed no Black people left? That just seems very they're not going to ask that question.
Listen,
and to top it off, hello, they were never together. Tiffany and Derek Frazier, I mean, if they would have been in the real world, she might have punched him dead in his face.
Derek was never loyal to her.
They were not all hanging out buddy and being obvious at all. They were very stealthy. So there's not too much that anybody could have even insinuated that would have made sense without completely outing them.
And I gotta just put this out there. I think that CBS was thrilled about the cookout. I know that Big Brother has its history of racism, but I feel like when they had the cookout, they were overjoyed because they're oh, see, our show is not racist. We had an all-Black alliance win. I guarantee you that writer's room was throwing a big celebration. Because you got to remember, Big Brother is scarred with Big Brother 15. And they would not have done this casting process where they have changed it to now it's 50% BIPOC. They wouldn't have done that if they weren't being coerced by the general public. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. And I feel like Big Brother was really needing a PR boost. So they were not going to do anything to sabotage the cookout. That's just my thoughts and feelings. I feel like you got to remember that Survivor and Big Brother, I feel, capitalize on things that are happening in the real world. If you look at Survivor, I remember, and I'm not going to say what contestant from Island of the Idols, but a contestant from Islands of the Idols insinuated heavily to me that whole situation with Dan was kind of being exasperated because it was happening during the time of the Me Too movement, which I really hope that's not true, because if it is, that puts an extremely sour taste in my mouth from Survivor, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I feel like Big Brother wouldn't have done anything to screw over the cookout. I really don't. But then again, you never know who's behind the scenes. Do I have any Drag Race fans in the audience? If you're a Drag Race fan, give me a heart emoji. I just want to see how many of you watch the show. Because I feel like Drag Race and Big Brother are on the same level when it comes to riggery. People say that Drag Race is rigged, But to me, how can you say it's rigged when RuPaul is the one person making the decisions? And then when you go to Big Brother, I feel like you can't, like, Allison Grodner is Big Brother. And you're going on the show and you're playing against the contestants and you're playing against Big Brother. And ultimately, RuPaul or Allison Grodner are going to be people that have their opinions, and they're going to be the ones that are ultimately holding your fate. And they might not outright give you the chop, like on All Stars for RuPaul. RuPaul can put you in the bottom, but he can't send you home. Allison Grodner can give you a leading question in the diary room, or set you up to win or set you up to fail with giving you certain competitions, but she can't outright send you home. So I feel like they're on the same level playing field when it comes to interference from production. And that's my opinion on that. Did anyone else have anything that they wanted to throw into the ring?
Let me tell you, production tried to get Gottmik to win over Simone, and RuPaul was not having it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that is why production outvoted her about Kylie winning All Stars. Just a little information for you.
Really?
Yep.
I'm not surprised by that. I do feel like
the producers were saying, well, this is our time to take a stand and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And we need to have the first, XYZ whatever winner. And RuPaul was like, I don't care. Simone has outperformed.
Exactly. I totally see that, because I feel like Simone is being groomed by RuPaul, not that way, but is being groomed by RuPaul to be
that way.
to be her replacement one day. Because I've never seen a winner get as much press run or all this other stuff that Simone got. So I don't want to drift too much off of Big Brother, but Simone was going on talk shows, walking red carpets, going to the Oscars. She was going to all this shit. So, but I feel like it's definitely the same way. I feel like there's a battle between the main production and the cast when it comes to Big Brother. I definitely feel that. And I mean, it is what it is.
You can totally tell if you watch a season, like seeing how people's opinions on things change, like whether it be about something in general or just about the other house guests. You can totally see, you can like watch the transition, and it very rarely seems natural. Mm-hmm. Very rarely does it seem like a natural progression. Like, I'm telling you, if I see Jasmine, waddle into the diary room and start talking about, oh, Taylor is so funny and she is no, the fuck she's not, bitch. You didn't think that yesterday. You were totally cool with turning your walrus back to her every day for the rest of the fucking summer. So you shut the fuck up. But I'm telling you, it's coming. I'm telling you, we are going to see Jasmine pull this fucking switcheroo on Taylor, and it will be production fed, because Taylor was just talking to Brittany about how Daniel's not being received well on the outside. Now, I don't agree that they should tell them that. And the reason why is because you're here to play a fucking game. If America don't like you, that's on you. I feel bad for you if I'm not the, if I don't think you did anything wrong, but baby girl, he did wrong. You were the recipient of the wrong. Like, I understand you are a good Christian lady. You love everybody and you want to go to heaven one day, but that couldn't be me.
But you see, they could
easily
let them know who America likes and who they don't by doing what they used to do, where America gets to vote. It's time for America's vote. Who do you want to have to get shit on by a cow every 5 minutes? And then they all vote for Daniel, and then Daniel gets shit on by a cow every 5 minutes.
And see, that's fine, and that's fair. But when production is telling you Daniel's not being received well outside, and he's not going to have a job to return to, that is production interference. And that is not okay, because you're fucking with people's perceptions of people. Like, you're trying to skew their opinions. You're trying to change their trajectory in the game, and you're really damaging any of the social aspect of it, because someone might say, well, maybe I'm not going to target so and so because, you know, they're going to get pipe bombs in their mailbox if they leave right now. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and
there's a way, like you said, for them to, okay, America, do your thing, but
and
you know.
No, I agree with you. And Zach, feel free to join in at any moment. But I remember Kalia and Danielle in season 13. They had basically said the only way we're going to get Jeff out is during a double, because there's going to be no time for the diary room to try and convince them basically to keep Jeff around. And if you notice, Jeff only got evicted both times he played during double eliminations. I distinctly remember during Big Brother 8 when they had that America's Player twist where Eric got to be America's Player. And I think that was the big reason why Big Brother 8 was so popular at the time, was because America basically got to have their own player in the house. Eric was supposed to go home, and Amber got put in the diary room, and she came out saying we can't evict Eric. The diary room said that we need to keep him here. And that's the reason why she saved him. The show made it look like he got saved because she had made this promise to him, but she was going to evict his ass in 2.2 seconds. So that always really bothered me. So I feel like if I ever got on Big Brother, I would pull a Danny Boatwright and not give them any information. But y'all didn't hear that from me. And if I ever get in the casting process, I'm definitely gonna have to remove this damn stream. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, no, I was literally going to bring up Danny Boatwright and how freaking smart she is, and how that would be literally me if I was on Big Brother or any Survivor or any show like that. But yeah, I with what Barbie said about the telling Taylor, I don't know exactly who they told what or whatever, but telling someone that someone's not getting perceived well on the outside is not okay at all, because, like, example for Jasmine, so like I don't like Daniel, you know, like I want him to get what's coming to him, but like not in a way that they're like forcing them to, like, because I feel like if they tell Jasmine this, Jasmine's gonna go to the diary room. I love Daniel, blah, blah, blah. She's gonna go in there and be like, hey girl, Daniel's not really being perceived well. She's gonna be like, ooh, I don't wanna work with Daniel now. Like, I don't want to be
Zach, you can continue, but just so everyone knows, I'm gonna go take a shit. So everyone can feel free to talk. So if Zach when Zach finishes, like, y'all can just jump in and say whatever. I'll be right back. But go ahead, Zach.
You really just said talk amongst yourselves.
Have fun chitting, Dylan.
Yeah, but I just feel like that's not okay, and they shouldn't be doing that at all.
100%. Because like you said, it can be taken one of two ways, and it's going to be extreme. Either I'm going to be more in favor of keeping you around, or I'm going to be more in favor of getting rid of you. Either way, it's changing the trajectory I had with regard to you.
Like, how are they supposed to ask any questions then? I mean, like, if they have to ask some questions, you know?
Well, what does Daniel having a job have to do with what the fuck he's doing in a parking lot in Los Angeles when he lives in Vegas? How does that correlate at all to a question that would be asked?
Is that something that's being asked in the diary room right now?
When Brittany and Taylor say, I don't think that Michael has a job to go home to because he's being perceived and received so horribly.
Mike or Daniel?
Daniel.
Oh, well, Daniel said he didn't have a job to go home to, I thought.
No. They're not talking about him saying he doesn't have a job. They're talking about diary room telling them that he's not being received well on the outside. And he's not going to have a job to go home to because he's being received so poorly. There's absolutely no conversation that could ever take place in that diary room that should get you from point A to point Z like that. None.
No,
And the reason why I think that they're doing that, honestly, is because I think that they're seeing the backlash that Daniel and Nicole are getting, and they don't want people to be associated with them. So they're like, hey, like, Daniel's not being perceived well. Like, get away from him. Like everybody start doing your own thing away from Daniel. Like, get away from him and stuff like that. So I think that they're doing this, like, these, like, subtle little things that they're saying to get people to slowly, like, not want to work with him, really. That's what I think.
Like damage control, basically.
Oh my god, y'all. Okay, so I just got back, and this fucking
Damn,
picture.
did you have a time to wipe?
Yes. Listen, I'm a fast shitter. Listen, I was a ghetto.
Was Nicole there? Did she help you?
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She's making a lot more money helping me wipe my ass than she is making. I don't even want to call it food.
Did you see Kat asked her about that? She said, how and why?
That was some funny shit. But no, I was a getaway driver, so I'm really fast. Anyways, I saw this clip on Twitter. I'm going to show it to my YouTube audience just because I don't know how to do the Jumbotron. But I retweeted it to my page. It's of Britney's knee. And oh my God, her knee got fucked up.
People were saying, like, how did they design these comps? Because, like, apparently, like, Turner got fucked up, too. Like,
y'all, look at this shit. Oh, my God.
They said she needs stitches.
Yeah, I heard.
It looks like, who was that that figure skating girl that banged up the other girl with the ice skate so she'd mess up?
Tonya Harding?
She looks
Tonya
like...
Harding, yeah.
She looks like Tonya Harding took a skate right to her knee and said, nope. Damn.
Yeah, Monty said something about how it was plexiglass that they had cut, but they never, like, sanded down and smoothed out the edges. If anybody knows anything about plexiglass, like, it's so unassuming, but it will cut you.
I believe it. I know on back to Drag Race, the stage is plexiglass, and it's, like, not smooth all the way. There's, like, little gaps in between each one of the tiles, so when those girls do like the splits or they slide on their knees, they fuck up their knees on the plexiglass. So I believe it.
I just have to say, like, since we're still here, is that, like, just from what I've been gathering from the feeds, from the highlights I've been getting, is like, if Daniel stays, like, he's gonna go after, like, I'm pretty sure, like, Joseph Monty, which is like kind of what Michael wants anyway, because, like, Michael honestly really wants Monty gone, like, kind of like this week if he could. So I feel like
he's so stupid.
But I feel like Daniel staying for Michael, like, again, I want to make clear, I do not like Daniel, but, like, for Michael, I feel like him staying, like, people will go after Daniel next week, or if Daniel wins, I really don't feel like, if Michael would keep him safe, I really feel like Daniel would probably put up Terrence, Joseph, and Terrence, Joseph, and Monty, and one of them would go. And even if it was Terrence, like, who cares? Like, that would buy Michael a week, though,
But I think Daniel knows you do not pad a resume. And if you know you're on the way out or feel you're on the way out, you ain't getting no points taking out Terrence. Like, not one person is going to give you even a golf clap at that. It's Terrence. Like, come on. So Daniel feeling like he's on the way out, if he's given a reprieve this week and he's, in the house next week to see another day, he is gonna take out the biggest thing in there. And the biggest thing in there is Michael. And I'm telling you, he would do it because he wants that. He wants to at least say, my big brother time sucked. I suck at this game. I fucked my own shit up. But guess what? I took out the comp beast.
I think that Daniel has main character syndrome, and it's similar to the players on Survivor, which I'm not a big fan of a lot of the players that go on Survivor because they feel like every move has to be a big move, quote unquote. And I always say that when you have to say big moves, big moves, big moves, you end up looking like a fucking cow going moo, and you screw yourself out because just because taking out someone is quote unquote a big move doesn't necessarily mean it's a smart move. So Daniel's going to be the type of person that takes out someone that's a big competitor like a Michael just for the sake of swinging at someone that's a quote unquote big competitor. So I agree with Barbie.
Because Daniel is such an egomaniac. Like we said, he's not going to be like, well, let me see if I can parlay this 1 week stay of execution to a few more. And he's going to be like, I'm taking out the comp piece. So at least when I go to jury and I go home, nobody can say that I didn't do, because you got to think he's still reeling with the fact that he was HOH week 1, not one alliance formed around him, and nobody fucking left on his HOH except for the girl that lost her shit. So he's still dealing with that.
Daniel is like clinging on to like any relevance, and I feel like he feels like if he has any semblance of staying, he's gonna click on to Kyle, and he knows Kyle and Michael are close. So I feel like Daniel will, like, at least if he does stay, like he will at least like keep Michael safe, which would keep Brittany safe, as long as the twist, I guess, still going next week. But
we're not watching the same show. I'm sure you're a nice person, but we are not watching the same show.
We are watching the same show.
We are not. We are not. We are not.
Like he's not like, he's like irrational. Like I'm not rooting for Daniel in any sense of the word, but like I'm rooting for Michael, I guess, maybe too hard, but like
that is it. That is it. You've got on your rose-colored glasses, and I mean, kudos to you for standing by your man. I give it to you. However, I just want to take a step back, come over here with me, and we're going to look at this together, because Daniel knows it doesn't matter if he links up with Kyle and feels like that's his buddy and he's got Michael or whatever. Daniel knows he didn't do shit with his first HOH. He is the one who sent his best friend, his ride or die, home last week. Mm-hmm. He knows he's on the way out. He's not going to play it safe. He knows if he wins HOH, he's got one move to make, and he would do it. He would take the biggest shot. And Monty, Joseph, Terrence, Taylor, Jasmine, Indy, any of them other people that are there aren't it. Michael
I agree with Barbie.
To take, and he would do it.
The scariest type of person to have in the game is someone that has nothing to lose. Daniel has nothing to lose. His ass has just been terrible this whole season. He has no allies. He has no friends. He has no land. He has nothing. He's just a loser. So if he wins HOH, he's going to just do whatever he thinks is the biggest move possible and not really give a fuck about the consequences.
Shoot first, ask questions later. That is what he is going to do.
Yes, I agree 100%.
I mean, I disagree, but I mean, I do feel like at this point, if I had to guess, I think Michael's not going to use the veto. I mean, that would just be my guess. I feel like he's not.
He's stupid. He's stupid.
Well, it doesn't.
Heart emoji if anybody agrees with me that Michael not using the veto is stupid.
Well, it doesn't matter if he doesn't want to use the veto, because if he doesn't want to use the veto, Brittany is going to use the veto. So, if Michael really wants to fuck his game up for a knockoff Elvis, I mean, go fucking ahead. Like, go ahead.
Brittany, did Brittany say she was using it?
I would be shocked if she didn't want to. I thought
she hasn't really talked about it.
Listen, here's the thing about Brittany. She already knows she is the fly on Michael's wallpaper. So she's looking at it as, that's all cool that you're over here making friends and Match.com with everybody in the house, but I got to look at my own game. And my game means that we need to keep the leftovers as together as possible, because this whole new boat that you and Kyle are creating doesn't have enough room for me. And she knows that. Even if they invited her in, she knows she's not really in. At least with the leftovers, she's not going to be the reason that they sink. I guarantee you that veto gets used.
Is it not the plan of the leftovers, like for Monty, Joseph, like Turner, and them to get together, like the four boys, the pound? Like, so isn't it smart for Michael to...
Man, fuck the pound. They need to send the pound to the pound.
Michael's not in the pound. Michael's not in the pound.
Michael's not in the pound.
No, I know he's not. That's what I'm saying. So it's smart for Michael to counteract that with trying to keep Daniel around a bigger target than him, and trying to keep people around, because like the pound is like, ultimately they would keep themselves over Michael.
Here's the thing though.
The pound ain't shit. That ain't an alliance.
He put the sniper dot on Alyssa for the past 2 weeks. He also realizes that he has been pushing to not go on the block for 2 weeks. He knows he's going to have to give in at some point. So, or at least, I mean, you're a moron if you haven't figured that out. I truly believe Kyle's going to try, but Kyle's going to end up folding because he knows he's going to fuck himself completely if he keeps pushing. I want Alyssa to be here. I want Daniel to be here. I want to build this and I want to build that, because I'm telling you, Turner is going to be like, what the fuck, bro? Even Brittany is already like, what the fuck, bro? So I think he's going to realize, like, oh shit, okay, this isn't going over well. Maybe we need to figure out something else. And then he's just going to pretend to be all, chumming it up with the rest of the leftovers when they're like, don't worry, dude, you've got all of our votes.
It's
Daniel's
like, man,
going home.
I wish that I was in that damn house, because I know I would be in Turner's spot. I'm definitely the archetype that would have fit Turner, just because of my long hair. And I feel like Turner is in the most pivotal spot of anyone in the house. Turner is really going to be the one that decides how this game goes, because because Turner is in the white people alliance that Kyle is trying to form, as well as the dog pound, whatever the fuck they're calling it, and the leftovers. So where Turner decides to push the information is ultimately where the rest of the season is going to go, because at any point Turner could snitch on Kyle and reveal what Kyle is trying to do. And if I was Turner, Kyle gotta fucking go, because at this point, Kyle has not been loyal to any group in the house except for his dick and Alyssa's pussy, and that's it. So you gotta go, because he blew up the pose pack. Now he's trying to blow up leftovers. He's not loyal to the dog pound. He's not loyal to shit. All he's loyal to is fucking and humping. I saw V raise her hand. Go ahead, V.
Ooh, what a perfect segue. I was going to say, do you guys see any scenario, say, the veto gets used, Turner and, or not Turner, Kyle and Daniel go up, and everybody assumes Daniel's going up, but it sounds like from what I read on the feeds that Brittany's already kind of wise to what Kyle's doing. Do you think that there's any way they could flip this shit and push Kyle out?
We have days
Yeah.
to pray, sweetie. Thursday,
and that's what I'm
Thursdays.
saying.
We'll pray.
It depends on what Brittany and Turner do. Brittany and Turner are ultimately the swings this week, because they could go any way they want to. If they want Kyle out, they have the votes to get Kyle out. If they want Daniel out, they can get Daniel out, because all they need to do is go to Butterbean and to Indy and say, hey, we're evicting Kyle this week. Because Butterbean and Indy already are not fans of Alyssa and Kyle. So it really just depends on what Brittany and Turner do. And this is where
they just need one vote this week, right? Like if Indy, Alyssa, and them voted together.
Well, there's 8 votes this week, if I'm correct.
There's 9. There's 9 if they come off the block. There'll be
There's
9 votes.
9 if they come off the block. Yeah. So they need 5 votes to lock
Brittany
in.
Can't vote, can she?
Who can't vote?
Can Brittany vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was part of the
yeah.
Sorry. So they'd have the 5 right there just with the leftovers if they all.
Yeah, I don't think they worry about getting extra votes until the very last second.
No,
yeah.
They wouldn't even need it, honestly, because they'd have Joseph, Monty, Turner, Taylor, Brittany. Boom.
All Brittany and Turner have to do, and I want Brittany to do this, because Brittany, I had winner picks before the season. It was Taylor and it was Brittany. And I want Brittany to start coming into her own and building her resume to potentially win. I feel
Brittany
like Taylor
relies too much on Michael, though. Honestly,
what?
Brittany relies too much on Michael. I feel like she's
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think
she does not.
Brittany's game so far has not really been too reliant. Michael's an ally for her, but she was in the Girls Alliance. She snitched on Amira to Pooch to save herself when she was on the backstage, whatever the fuck thing. Brittany is her own individual player, but it makes me sad, because I do feel like people are going to view her, in the game at least, as Michael's backup. And that's why I want her to start building her resume to be at that end, to be like, no, I was not Michael's backup. I had my own things going on. I did this, that, the third. So I want her to take Kyle out.
Which her leading the charge to say, hey, we have this opportunity to take Kyle out. And when anybody gives her any pushback, say, well, this is why. He came up to HOH and he was saying this, and this. And so I feel like if we want to stay leftover strong, this is what's going to help us all in this game, because all of us are in it to win it. And he was doing too much that could jeopardize every single one of us. If she took control of this, which she could, because she knows too much, like she knows where all the bodies are buried at this point, she could really run this shit.
Exactly.
Would you really go against Michael though at this point? Like,
I
I feel like
fuck
really
Michael.
Against Michael.
Fuck Michael. Michael's not in danger.
But she really respects Michael though. Like I know,
and that's not going against Michael. And if we're being honest, getting rid of Kyle helps Michael.
It does. I agree.
It helps Michael because
I feel like
Michael
Alyssa
is
going
so.
Is more beneficial
I know that Michael's in a relationship with Hayden. I know that. Michael is infatuated with Kyle. You're never going to convince me of anything different. I'm not saying he's trying to cheat on his man with Kyle, but he is infatuated with that man.
Yes.
So what you do is you take out Michael's Alyssa. Like I'm using Alyssa as, you know, the representative here. Kyle is to Michael what Alyssa is to Kyle. It is too much of a distraction. You're not seeing things clearly.
Michael is engaged though. Like, you really think he's like thinking like that?
Yes.
Okay. What part of me saying I don't think it's romantic, and I don't mean it like that, I'm saying from a distraction standpoint. He is infatuated with the idea of Kyle. He thinks Kyle hung the fucking moon, lit the stars up personally. I'm not saying that he is trying to go smash Kyle and he's going to break up with his man over it. I am just saying there is something about him. It's kind of like, do you remember Danny and Cody on All Stars?
Yes. It's like
Danny
that.
was infatuated with Cody. Now, I don't think she was going to cheat on Dom, but she had this just strange, like, obsessiveness with anything he said was so funny, so genius, so this, so that. That is what I see when I look at Michael and the way that he behaves when Kyle starts talking to him.
I gotta be honest. I feel like when
honestly, I see that, Barbie.
I feel like when I feel like when people are on Big Brother, and this happens, and if I were to speak as a psychologist, whenever you're in a stressful situation, and Big Brother is definitely a stressful situation, you're going to look to find someone to act as your protector or your comfort. And maybe Kyle is similar to Hayden, Michael's husband. Maybe they have a similar personality to each other, and that's why Michael is infatuated with him. Not on a romantic level, but just as a comfort level. Or Kyle is this big, strong guy and someone that Michael can try to rely on. And unfortunately, when you're in a stressful situation like this, they often try to go to like the big, strong guy to protect them. Like that's why I think he's obsessed with Kyle, in my opinion. But go ahead, Philip.
I'm not a diehard, so I mean, I can honestly see Michael being like that. So I mean, I'm not gonna die on that hill. So I can see him being attracted to Kyle, but
not attracted. It's not about attraction. It's about.
I get what you're saying, but I just mean like I feel like Michael is a strategist. Like he's an attorney. Like so he's smart. I feel like Kyle is just like. He's more flamboyant. He's a bigger target. And I feel like, just keeping...
Oh, that was an accident. Go ahead. I apologize.
Oh, I didn't know I was muted. I was just saying, I just feel like Michael's keeping Kyle around more for, like, strategic purposes, but I feel like Alyssa going would be, like, ideal. But I understand how Kyle going would also be ideal. So I guess I can see it both ways, but I feel like if Alyssa would go, Kyle would be like a really nice asset for Michael, because I feel like people would think of Kyle more just being physical, and like he is very sociable, and so I feel like Michael having him around would be good, but with Alyssa I can see how it would be detrimental. So I can
if I were to put it into terms to why Kyle is detrimental to Michael's game. When someone has cancer, what do? you cut it out. The leftovers right now consists of the most physically, and I don't want to use the word intimidating because that has a bad connotation to it, but the most physically strong people in the game, or people that might be viewed as the comp threats down the line. Michael is the comp beast of the season. If Michael were to eliminate Joseph and Monty, and even Taylor, who has been a big target this whole season, he's going to be left with who? Butterbean, Alyssa, Terrence, all these people that are not going to be taken out before him. He needs the leftovers to stick around because it consists of all of the major targets in the game, for the most part, except for Daniel and now Kyle and Alyssa. So if he eliminates... So right now, Kyle is the cancer that is going to destroy the leftovers. The same way that Netta was the cancer in that Big Six alliance in Big Brother Canada 5. So if this alliance cuts that cancer out, they can just steamroll the rest of the season. You really think that Alyssa is going to be the one that takes down the leftovers once Kyle is gone? I feel like once they get Kyle out, all they got to worry about is get Daniel out and then try to get Alyssa out, and then there is no competition with Butterbean or Indy or Terrence. No tea, no shade, no pink lemonade. But go ahead, Zach, and then go ahead, Ola. Nice to see you, Ola.
Yeah, I was going to kind of agree with a lot of things that Barbie was saying. And with Brittany, I don't think, I think in the beginning of the game, she was relying on Michael a little bit because I feel like she wasn't confident in herself and her own abilities. And then as she's seeing the game going on, I think she really could, take charge a little bit this week and get Kyle out. And I don't think that's going to be going against Michael. I think she could explain to Michael why Kyle needs to leave, and I think that he would hear her out, and I think that he wouldn't see it as her turning on him at all, I don't think. And I think that Kyle leaving would be good because I think Brittany sees how close they are, and Brittany wants Michael to herself, as she should. I would want Michael to myself, and their final three with Taylor. I feel like Kyle's interfering with that, and Kyle can mess that up, and I think Brittany sees that. And I think that this is Brittany's opportunity to change that and take charge and make a move for herself. And this will be her move. I've seen so many seasons and games where there's these opportunities for a singular person to do something. This would be Brittany. If this happened, this would be Brittany.
I'd be shocked if she voted out Kyle over Daniel if that happened.
No, because Brittany would see it as this is her opportunity to scoop up Alyssa.
She would take it would be against Michael, and I don't think she'd go against him at this point. That's just me personally. I
see what you're saying, but I don't think she would see it as going against Michael, and I don't think he would see it as going against Michael. I think she would have to explain to him why it's not going against him and why it would be good for his game too. And I think that if she explains that in a good way, that Michael would understand and be like, you know what, you're right. Maybe we should take Kyle out of here. I think that he would listen, honestly.
And also, you're not a good player if your whole game is wrapped around pleasing people that you're aligned with. Because if you're really allies, if you're truly allies, then you both should be able to. You both should be able to make moves that you feel are beneficial to both of your games without needing approval from your ally. As long as you're not doing something that's directly harming the ally, for example, putting your ally on the block or taking out a person that is directly an ally with you and your other ally, then it shouldn't really be an issue. So I don't think Brittany taking out Kyle, even if Michael isn't cool with it, is a direct shot. And if it is, then fuck you. Michael can go too. Not fuck you, but fuck Michael. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that Michael would get completely pissed. I mean, I'm with Zach as far as if Brittany really sat him down, I feel like Michael's that kind of person that would be okay. But I just don't feel at this point in the game, I feel like it's still only week 4, the 4th eviction. Or is this the 5th eviction?
This is the last eviction before jury.
Yeah, I just feel I don't know. I just feel maybe at this point, maybe Brittany would put her foot down maybe a week or two later. But I feel at this point it's kind of would she really want to be like, hey, Michael, like, I really want to go. Like, I know you want Daniel to go or whatever.
What, you think it's too early?
At this point. That's what I just feel like it's a little too early for her to go against Michael, who she said multiple times is like her BFF.
If you go on Big Brother, please do not have that perspective in the game. It is never too early to make a move on Big Brother.
It's too early if you're making a move and it doesn't benefit you at all.
I agree with that.
Tremendously.
All moves have timing. All moves are about timing. Each move has to be made at a certain point in the game. Timing is important, but it is never too early. If a move is important for your game and it's the first week and you need to take someone out before they become a big threat or they're forming an alliance and it's a big move, it's never too early to take a shot at somebody. Never too early. So I agree with Barbie. But
that's my favorite song.
And listen, Philip, even though a lot of us are disagreeing with you, I'm glad that we have your perspective. I like hearing different perspectives on everything. And it's important that everyone shares their different perspectives and we get to hear each other out. So this is no hate. Absolutely not. We're just talking games. So don't feel like you have to agree with us, you know?
Listen, no, definitely not. Like, I'm here for the discussion. I'm just trying to think how I guess I would feel. I just feel like, week 4, week 5, do I want to go my BFF? Like, I don't know. Like, over Daniel, do I want to go against
Check the Jumbotron. Check the Jumbotron. Is that real?
Michael told Monty and Joseph he wants to backdoor Kyle. Oh, here we go.
Y'all beat me to it. I was gonna talk about that.
And honestly, like, I'm down for that.
Is that real?
For, like,
is that
either
real?
Kyle or Alyssa, like, one of them needs to go, like, for sure. So, like, Kyle has to go. Like, he's cute, yeah, but, like, he needs to, like, one of them needs to go.
Oh,
like,
so this comes down to you think Kyle is cute.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that one of them has to go. I'd rather Kyle
all
stay,
tea, all shade, all pink lemonade. Listen, if you want Kyle to stick around because you think he's cute, because he got you excited, that is no shade.
The first episode, I was like, this kid needs to go because I thought he was so annoying because he was so over the top and, like, so much energy. But he just kind of grew on me, I guess. And then when he formed the leftovers, I guess that kind of grew on me as well. Because, like, honestly, at first I was kind of like, fuck Kyle type person.
Well,
but then he did grow on me over time.
Well, he grew on us all, but most of us he's grown off of.
Yeah, he's grown off of me.
All right, I'm gonna jump in really quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ola, take the floor. I know you've been waiting.
So I was gonna talk about Kyle before you guys put that thing in the Jumbotron. So it's not necessarily like a full-fledged plan because he hasn't told them like what Kyle has said, but the thing that I don't know if you guys noticed yet is that Daniel went to go talk to Michael, and he had previously had a conversation with Kyle about their forming their all-white alliance at this point, we're calling it. And Kyle told Daniel specifically, do not mention me, because Michael had told Kyle that if Daniel comes to him organically, then he'll consider maybe keeping Daniel around. The first thing that Daniel said when he sat down in that room was name drop Kyle and say, he told me to come up here and say all this stuff to you. So
good.
Ooh.
I want to say that I actually think that if Brittany went to him with this concern, he's going to start seeing, one, he now sees he can't trust Kyle to keep his fucking word. He told him not to say anything, and he went and spouted his shit to Daniel already. And so if he starts to get Brittany's perspective and starts clocking, okay, like, yes, Kyle could have been good for my game, but I can't trust him anymore. Backdooring Kyle, if you would have asked me 2 days ago, I would have been like, Kyle's annoying, but we can wait. Kyle is a Cancer. Dylan, you hit it right on the head. A Cancer. He is so far up his paranoia that he is going to fuck up this alliance in a way that they're not going to be able to recruit the numbers to keep all of them to stay. At this point, Kyle needs to go before Daniel, and that kills me because I do not want to see Daniel in that jury house. He needs to go because he's going to ruin this alliance. He has all this information, and if he gets enough people to back him with his back against the wall, he could flip the leftovers on their head.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And this is the perfect week for a blindside. They need to make Kyle feel safe and then they need to blindside the fuck out of him and get him out of that house. Because if he goes on that block and finds out he's going home, he's gonna blow the leftovers all the way the fuck up, and there's gonna be no chance of getting Alyssa on their side or getting Indy on their side. And they may need that if one of them wins HOH by some miracle or fluke. But yeah, they at this point they gotta send that Mormon back to Utah ASAP. Barbie raised her hand, so go ahead, Barbie, and then Zach.
Let me just tell y'all the roller coaster ride that Ola and I have been on in our love affair. So, shit. Son of a bitch. Hold on. Or am I back?
Yes. You and Ola are my favorite duo, by the way. I love that you two.
We really are. We're each other's final two, but we know we would cut each other too.
Whatever it takes.
Right. Like, I wish you all the luck in the world, and I will, maybe donate a little bit of my winnings to your second place prize.
I'm screaming.
No, but so we fell in love. Then we decided. I was like, Alyssa needs to go, and she's like, Indy needs to go. But we broke up, and we are back together because we are now like, fuck this. Kyle needs to go, and that is my favorite song, and I want to play that bitch on repeat. Kyle needs to go. So that's where we are, and I think that we're all falling in love with one another with the thought that Kyle could actually fucking go. So yay us! Manifestation.
I'm at a point where I'm making like Eric Cartman. Fuck you, Kyle. Kyle, you gotta go home.
Did you see where Turner snitched on Nicole so she couldn't say it anymore because she was driving everybody crazy calling Kyle like South Park? And he went and told the diary room, he's like, that's a South Park reference. I didn't know we could talk about TV shows and movies. And so they fucking told her she wasn't allowed to say it anymore.
I'm dead. Wait, they're not allowed to. That's right. Wait, that's so funny. I love that.
Turner is literally becoming like my favorite person in the house. Like, I know we all love Taylor.
I love Turner.
Obviously,
how did Turner go being from hated to being loved? Like, because I hated him at first, and I loved him.
Someone was lying about him, most likely. That's
why.
Because Petty Turner is everybody.
Absolutely. Turn down for what?
That's why I tell y'all,
we all want to be.
Don't judge any house guest from stuff you hear before they go into the house. Like, you can't. Trust me, if I were to get cast on Big Brother, I got so many haters in the Big Brother community that are going to talk shit about me. They're going to call me all this shit. I guarantee you. But just wait for me to go into that house and start reading people to filth. So I always give people the benefit of the doubt, no matter what they're said. I remember Turner's sister was trying to say he was racist. She was saying he was abusive, all this stuff. And it's just like, watching him on the show, we've seen who he is as a person. And it's like, I think we can get a pretty good idea that she probably was not telling the truth. On top of the fact that if you scroll through her old tweets, one of her old tweets was, oh, LOL, I made up a rumor that my brother does hard drugs and everyone believed me. So I don't really think she's a reliable source. But go ahead, Zach.
Oh, I wasn't going to say, I'm good.
Okay. Did anyone...
Zach, I'm going to bully you until you talk.
Did anyone have anything they wanted to add? I see Keisha in the audience. Keisha, do you want to say anything, or you just listen to us while you unpack? She's probably just listening to us while she unpacks. Did anyone else have anything they wanted to add? Any topics or anything like that?
Fuck Terrence, and I said that shit.
I was coming here to say that. Yes,
Retweet. Ma'am. I agree with that full-heartedly. I cannot stand Terrence at all.
Oh, wait. I do have a good question.
Yes.
Okay, so you know how like there's always tweets floating around where people are talking about, it's very like superstitious. Like, nobody that's ever won the second week HOH has ever won the game. Nobody that's ever won week 5 has ever won the game.
Mm-hmm.
Michael won week 5. Just throwing that out there. He won week 5, so he's not winning the game.
Agreed.
I'd be shocked if Michael won the game. As much as I want him to win, like, he's won too much. Like, if they don't,
he would have to poison them where he is the only person standing.
If they don't take Michael out, like, they are literally dumb. Like, and I want Michael to win, but like, if they have so many opportunities, it's final 12, 13, 12, or 11? Is it a final 11?
He's going to be top 10.
Well, yeah, he'll be top 10, but I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. So they have 8 opportunities to take him out. Like, if they don't do it, like, they're literally dumb.
Yeah,
because he would win. I feel like.
I don't know. Before I go back to Zach, I see Jasmine's Missing Muffin came forward. Missing Muffin, is there anything that you wanted to add?
Did y'all see Terrence's old YouTube channel yet?
Yes, I saw that earlier today.
Oh my god.
Lord. Listen, the last time we had an older guy who had a YouTube channel was Will from Survivor 30. And I don't know if y'all saw that season, but just look up Survivor Will falling down the slide, and you'll know what he's all about. Go ahead, Zach.
I'm dead. Yeah, I don't think Michael's winning regardless, but I was going to ask, because I was really thinking about this. So, of course, whether they take out Kyle or Daniel, whatever, when they put them on the block, Kyle's not going to have any indication that he's leaving really unless someone gives him that indication. Mm-hmm. So if they do pull off the successful blindside and get Kyle out, do you think he's going to expose the leftovers on his way out the door?
No.
I don't know.
We have yet to see anybody be petty enough to do that. Like, Amira didn't do it. He might whisper it in someone's ear. That's what I'm thinking. He might whisper
Alyssa.
it. He might whisper it in Alyssa's ear to not trust any of those people. But no one that they've cast has had the balls or pussy to throw out anything, which kind of annoys me because I wish we could go back to the days of get to step in, Howie. And I don't like quoting a felon, but I'm just saying.
But I gotta say, I am petty princess all day long. I am team petty. However, I don't think I'm gonna blast out anybody if I get evicted either. Like, I really don't, because I feel like, look, I signed up for this game. Like, you got me. You got me before I could get you. Kudos to you. Like, keep on keeping on. I'm not gonna blow up your spot because, I mean, that would just be, I don't know. I feel like that would just be like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, that would be poor sportsmanship. I'm not saying it like that, but I don't know. Like, I feel like, okay, kudos. Like, you did it. You did what I couldn't do to you. You did to me.
Well, you're better than I am, Barbie, because I'm sore loser all day, every day, like a motherfucking holiday. If you vote me out, I'm going to be bitter as hell about it, and I'm going to do everything I can to fuck your game up. And Chantel knows that.
And that's why we're taking you out pre-jury, Dylan. We've already talked amongst ourselves. You are going pre-jury because we don't need your bitter ass in our jury.
Now, that's if you can get my ass on the block.
You're going on the block every week. What are you talking about?
And I'll win the veto every week. I'll pull a Michael and win every veto.
We'll backdoor you, don't you worry.
Oh Lord. I saw Ola.
I'm gonna hide his chip.
Oh my gosh, I'm dead. I'm gonna go to Ola, and then before we close it out, I'm actually gonna do a tier list of everyone left in the game. So go ahead, Ola.
I was just going to say that I agree with Barbie, because if you're going to align with people in the game and they like get you out, what's the point of blowing up their game? Like, it would have been your game if they were on the block, and you wouldn't want them to blow up your game either, you know?
That's
so it's
true.
Kind of like a mutual respect kind of thing. Like, I made this alliance with you, like, to trust you. If I can't carry out the plan, like, I'd love to see you carry out the plan at least. Like, at least I know where you're going with it. Let's see if you can figure it out. Like, I couldn't. I feel like there's just like a little bit of respect there that you kind of have to have if somebody can get you out. Like, don't worry, I'll still hate you like on the inside, and I'll pull in Melissa when we go on a different game show. But like,
right, like I'm coming for that ass.
I have to respect it.
I think the way that I view it is that when you get evicted, that is kind of your last opportunity to leave your impact in the game. Like, when you're on Survivor, you're not out of the game until Jeff snuffs your torch and the tribe has spoken. And for me on Big Brother, your game is not officially over until you've left the Big Brother house. So That's my rationale, and it's okay if we have different rationales. But that's why.
Aren't they under the impression that they're having battle back this year? Kyle would be a moron if he outed the leftovers thinking that there's a battle back, and then he's got to come back in the house after he blew up everybody. Come on.
See, and I'm reckless. I'm reckless. I wouldn't care.
Kyle is a moron, though. I would just like to put that out there. So,
yeah.
I mean, like a moron to the umpteenth degree. Like, I don't think he's crossed over into like that big of a moron, right?
Lack of sleep will do things to you.
That's true.
Lack of P word is obviously doing things to him. So yeah.
We do have a question from the YouTube audience from Matt Davis, who says, "Who thinks Joseph and Taylor would be the superior showmans?" I don't really feel like that.
Everyone.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the answer is the whole chat is giving hearts and likes and updates. Yeah.
Anyone
easily.
with eyes and ears.
Absolutely. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and open up this tier list that I have for this. It's on the YouTube, so if anyone wants to see a visualization of it, you can head over to the YouTube stream to look with the audience. So, okay, we have 5 categories we have 6 categories for this tier list. The ultimate category, number 1 is the Supreme. Number 2 is Butterbean Beauty. This is someone that is that we like. We're standing. We're rooting for them. Number 3 is You're Okay, I guess, which means that you're fine. I'm not really actively rooting against you, but you're not getting my stand card anytime soon. Number 4 is Meh. This means I don't really care for you, but I'm not gonna give you the energy of hatred. And then the bottom tier is Flop. I already know who's going to get this, but this is going to the person that is the biggest flop in the house so far. And then the bottom category is Evicted. So we already have Paloma and Cooch and Amira and Officer Angry in the Evicted category. So first, let's do Alyssa. So I want to ask each of you which category you think she should go in. So just to recap, number 1 is the best. Number 5 is the worst. Number 1 is the Supreme. Number 2 is Butterbean Beauty. Number 3 is You're Okay, I guess. 4 is Meh, and then 5 is Flop. So where are we thinking Alyssa should go? I see Jasmine has their hand raised.
The bottom tier.
Oh, Flop. You think that she should be the flop of the week?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Wait. Can we just this I can simplify this for you. Everybody can go into the bottom category, except for like maybe 3 people. I will put Taylor's Lays higher than most of these people. I will put the Ants higher than most of these people. I will even put Jasmine's Scooter higher than most of these people. Like, right? I mean, I think everybody's pretty much in agreement with that.
I'm dead. Oh my gosh. I think I'm going to change the Meh category to what's a good name for a category for people we don't really care for?
Bland.
Bland? I'm just going to put fuck you as a category. A quote from Cornbread from Big Brother Over the Top. So number 5, the flop category is going to be for the worst person in the house. Only one person gets that, the honorary flop of the week. And then everyone else we can put in the fuck you category. So now that I've updated it, Zach and Ola raised their hands. So whoever goes first, where would you put Alyssa?
I would just say, I feel like I don't like her, obviously. I think she's pretty bad. But I think out of everybody on that side, she's the least bad. I feel like if maybe she was with, I think if she was with the leftovers, which she's not, I don't think she will be. I think if she was with them, I think she would be a really good game player. I don't think she's I think she is strategic. She's a strategic person. And she's even talked with people and clearly is trying to be getting people's good sides while people are over here still being all petty. And I think that she belongs in a 4 out of 5, not the worst, but not the best either.
So in the fuck y'all category.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Ola.
I'm going to agree with Zach. I was actually even going to put her in meh before it got changed to FU. And here's why. Don't hate me. I don't like Alyssa. I literally think that she is the worst woman. Not the worst woman on this cast, but like just an embarrassment to women everywhere. Simping for this man. And then, but we all know that. But I think that for this week, she clocked Kyle too because he tried to spill his racist bullshit to her. And she was like, no, that doesn't make sense. Like the girls are trying to get Monty out. And literally was like, no, we're not doing this. So I can't put her in the flop category because even she's smarter than Kyle at this point. And that's just unfortunate for him. But I would put her in the, I guess, FU category.
If we changed the "you're okay, I guess" to a meh category, would you put her in meh?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Barbie.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think she goes in the meh. You know, like saying Zach said, she's bad, but she's like the least bad of the bad. Reminded me of Kyle talking about his racist grandma who's like light racist. She's like light bad.
Okay. she's just light racist. She's diet racist. Okay.
Diet racist, yes.
Okay, and then V.
Yeah, I like the fuck y'all / Jasmine Scooter category for Alyssa. So that's where I'm going with that one.
Okay, so where I think I would put Alyssa, if I had to describe her on this show, I said it earlier, I don't think there's been a more uninteresting person to be cast on the show. I literally could not tell you one thing about her. I don't know where she's from. I don't know what her personality is. I don't know shit about her.
She's a pumpkin spice latte hottie. Do you not remember that?
Yeah, she's from Safety Key.
A pumpkin spice latte. How much more basic can you get?
Right, that's what her and Paloma's final two was called. I was like,
was it really?
Yes, pumpkin spice latte hotties.
All I remember about Alyssa from this season is that she thought Newark was a country. So where I'm at with Alyssa is her gameplay is meh. As a person, she's meh. So I'm just feeling meh. In the words of Lisa Simpson, meh. She can go in the meh category. Don't really need to give her any more time. All right, next up is Brittany, the Heather Lee Cameron lookalike. Okay, so what do we think about Brittany? Raise her hand. Go ahead, Zach.
I'm going to die on this hill because I saw Brittany's beginning interview things, and I have a really good judge of character, and I could see the super fan in her, but she's not the super fan that Daniel and Nicole are. She's the super fan that we are, the super fan that like Michael kind of is. I don't really know with Michael right now, but I think that Brittany deserves to be in the number one, like the supreme spot.
She should be the supreme? Okay.
Oh, is there only one person?
Only one supreme. There's a supreme and there's a flop. So
okay, well maybe then Butterbean Beauty for her.
Okay.
But yeah, I think she's a really strategic player. I think she's very good. I mean, obviously Michael can't win. I don't know what these competitions have been, but she's winning them with him apparently. So I don't really know. She has to obviously not suck to win these competitions. So yeah, and I think that she's going to be super, super, super underestimated. I think a lot of people are going to overlook her and see her as like, oh, I can beat her. But I don't think she's going to be that kind of player in the final two. I cannot see her being like, she wants to win. She's not going to sit there and let someone talk over her over the final two speech. Like, I just can't see it happening. I think it'll be a close vote or she will win if she's in the final two. And I think that people are going to probably start to see that, especially if Taylor leaves and she's like the last girl, which I honestly kind of could see Brittany being the last girl in the house, not going to lie, if things go a certain way. But yeah, I think Brittany, I think Brittany out of all the girls right now has the best chance of winning, personally.
I agree with that. Go ahead, V.
I was gonna sorry, I was just making sure my hand wasn't raised. Yeah, I would give her the Butterbean Beauty title as well. And it was so funny because I obviously don't know Heather, but I watched the last season of I Love Money, and somebody put this meme up of like Brittany with these crazy eyes and put a knife in the picture. And
oh my
I actually
God.
tagged Josh that. I was like, oh shit, Josh, I didn't know Heather Lee Cameron was in the cast. So yeah, she's the Butterbean Beauty for me too.
I literally chose her as my winner pick because she looks exactly like Heather. And if y'all don't know Heather, she's this woman that played my game that calls herself the Stormin' Mormon. She when she got this woman, she got this guy put in the bottom, and as soon as he got nominated, she said, "Now go to hell where you belong, you son of a bitch," and then pulled him back. Oh my gosh, she is so funny, Lord. But I agree with that assessment.
Fun to watch. I was like, oh my god, where did Dylan find her? She's fucking wild.
I've known Heather for about 10 years. I don't know where she came from. Maybe she was the answer to Julie Chen Moonvez's prayers. But they should put her ass on a show like yesterday. Go ahead, Barbie.
Zach, I thought we were friends. I thought, you know, we were building something special here, and then you go and act like Brittany is the second coming of Dan Giesling. I just, she is not. What? Do y'all have gas leaks in your house? I need y'all to really take this seriously. Something is happening. What the fuck? Okay, I'm not saying that Brittany doesn't have potential, but y'all are really, really giving her a lot of credit that she has not, like, she has not even done the report, and y'all have already given her an A. Like, she's got some good reads, but you also have to think she's very insecure. She is seeking validation and encouragement and all of this day in and day out.
That's
and
true.
A player like that has to be like, oh, sweetie, you're doing great. You're so amazing. And this, that, and the other. I can't give them that to be like basically, we all know Tiffany was a fucking boss-ass player. It didn't matter if the cookout was on that season or not, because in fact, the cookout hurt her game, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Tiffany was going to go to the end if she would have been on any other season. But the reason why Tiffany was the player that she was because she didn't need reassurance. She didn't give a fuck who liked her. She didn't even care if her alliance liked her. She's like, we can fucking duke it out in the storage room. I don't give a fuck. I feel like Brittany needs that in order for her to be that high for me. I don't feel like she has enough of her own, like, you know, stand her ground enough, because I feel like she has it. She has it in her. I've seen her read. She can actually pick up on stuff. So for me, can we do like a man and a half? Like she's on the potential for category 2, but she's not quite there yet for me. Like, I'm going to give her a 3.5.
Okay. So you're thinking somewhere in between a Butterbean Beauty and a meh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Ola.
Oh, Barbie, you're going to hate me. But I think Zach and I are on the same wavelength tonight. I would put her at Miss Butterbean only because I thought we were rating like by this week, kind of like where we're at this point. And the house is in shambles right now that literally everyone, like, she's just standing in a pile of poo and like is like the one flower. So I have to give her props. I wouldn't say that she's supreme. She's still got that room to grow. But her reads are on point this week. She's clocking things. The only thing that would maybe push her up in my eyes to like a more deserving Miss Butterbean would be if she like spoke up more. But we're at the beginning of the week. We've got some time to grow. But I would be a little more gracious because everybody around her is literally an idiot right now, Michael included. And I would put her at the Miss Butterbean.
I gotta say, I agree with Ola. I really feel like seeing how the rest of this week turns out with the veto ceremony and the plans for eviction is really going to determine where I would put Brittany at the end of the week. Because I'm going based off of how they're doing this particular week, not necessarily cumulative, whatever the word is. So I feel like where I'm going to put Brittany, I'm going to put her in a Butterbean, the Butterbean Beauty, just because I feel like she is doing something in the game. She does have a pretty good stance. She has a big decision to make on which way she's going to go. And overall, I've enjoyed Brittany in the house this week. So I'm going to put her in the Butterbean Beauty. Zach, if there's anything else you wanted to add before we go on to knock off Elvis, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, Barbie, I was joking about her being like the best. I don't think she's that good. But,
see, bullying works, kids.
No,
You just have to execute it properly.
But I think mostly what I was trying to say is that she has like the most like potential. I think like that like
I
she's
agree.
not. I don't
agree.
think she's the best right now, but I think out of a lot of the, I think Taylor too, but like Taylor just has a target on her, so it's going to be harder for Taylor. But like, if Taylor didn't have a target on her, I would be putting Taylor over Brittany right now. But yeah, I think Brittany just has like a lot of potential. That's why I was like,
Plus, Brittany has been present for a lot of that important information that's been coming to Michael, and she's able to sit back and process it while, you know, Michael's just dazing into the, you know, Kyle's eyes. She's actually sitting back like, wait a minute, how does this impact me? What do I think about this? So no, I mean, okay, yeah, how about instead of Butterbean Beauty, she's Butterbean Pretty. Like she's a Butterbean contestant. She hasn't quite won the pageant. She hasn't quite won the pageant, but she's in the run and she's got a sash.
She gets a sash. Okay. I like that. At least she get a sash. Next up is Daniel. I'm just going to flat out say it. Daniel is in contention for flop of the week all day, every day, like a motherfucking holiday. It's either going to him or to Kyle. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can't change my mind. I feel like really depending on who ends up being the target is going to decide which one of them gets that title. But Daniel has just been a flop this entire season, and even if I'm judging just based on this week, he has done nothing to try and change his position in the house. He's made no deals, he's made no alliances. All he's done is sit on the feeds and bitch and moan and complain, trying to be the new Janelle, and he's failing at it. So Daniel is in contention for that flop title, point blank, and the period. Let me hear from the rest of you, though. Go ahead, Zach.
I think Ola can go first. She was first.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ola.
Oh, thanks, Zach. I would say it's so hard for me because I really want to give the flop to who I think is most deserving of that big L. But is it really fair to call Daniel a flop if he's just been on the same level the whole time, you know?
That's true.
Is it really a flop if that's your natural setting? I feel like we should just prematurely just put him in the evicted category. And like, he's like in the house, but just not even there. Like, he's just like a mole or like an eyesore, like a canker sore in your mouth. Like, it's just depressing, honestly. I feel like it's just not even fair. Like, it's even a disrespect to call it a flop because it's just there.
I mean, he might even deserve his own category. Ugh, Lord.
But you have to be up top before you can fall, and he hasn't been anywhere. He's just ground level. Elevator
not even like
ain't moving.
Breathing distance of like the top. Like, not even close. Like, even his HOH week was just a flop. Like, it was just sad.
I think it's just in his nature. I think he's just a flop by nature.
Yeah,
he is ground level. He has never. The elevator has not moved, not one bit. It is sitting right there, ground level.
Is he like he's an impersonator. Like, he's just impersonating somebody like right now. He's not real. Like, he's just there.
It's unfortunate he didn't impersonate a fucking nice human.
Or a winner.
Well, now, come on. He couldn't do that on his best day.
But see, that's why I kind of want to put him as the flop, because I don't think we've seen a bigger flop in BB history. I think the only contenders might be Mike.
Kyle.
Oh.
Kyle is the flop. Kyle is.
No, I 100%. We're waiting until we get there. But I promise you, he will earn.
Yes. We got some things to say.
Oh, we got a long way to go. Go ahead, Zach.
Okay, yeah. So first, I was gonna say I think the flop should have two people, but now hearing Barbie and Ola talk, like I think Daniel should just be in the evicted at this point. Like, he's obviously not gonna win. Like, it's just really sad to watch. Just period. And yeah, I think that flop belongs to someone else coming up. But yeah.
Go ahead, V.
I was gonna say I wanted to kind of nominate Terrence for honorary or first runner-up flop, just because of all the derogatory bullshit he says. Like, he made some hoe on a stroll comment about Taylor today. And I'm like, quit with this shit. Like, he's been dogging her so bad. I'm just so tired of hearing his shit. Like, I wanted to nominate him for that category, but I mean, I guess I should have waited. I kind of jumped the gun there. Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. Listen, I was thinking the same thing. Can't really stand Terrence either. Um, if I were to sum up uh my thoughts on Daniel, hot garbage. So I'm just gonna put him out of his misery, and I'm gonna put him in the fuck y'all category, because fuck y'all. He might as well be in the evicted category, but again, we don't know. At this point, Daniel is not playing to win. He's just playing to get a bigger stipend and get a little bit more money, because he is definitely not winning this game, and he's just kind of filling up a spot.
He's down bad.
Down bad. Like, he's just been a flop this whole season. He flopped his HOH. He couldn't even keep his own friends safe when he had the veto. Like, just a flop. He's just honestly, the only flop I can think of that's bigger than him is Paul from Big Brother Canada season 2, who got the first HOH, and you got to rewatch that season with fucking Paul, who couldn't even stay in the game when people decided not to get rid of him. So fuck Daniel. Let's move over to Indy. So I'm a little conflicted on Indy, because on one hand, I respect that Indy has her opinions and has her targets and doesn't sway off of them. But I gotta say, I lost a little bit of respect for her when she folded at that eviction, because the whole week Indy had said, Taylor's going to win the game. We need to evict Taylor. I'm going to evict her even if no one else does it. And even though I feel like her hatred for Taylor is rooted in bullshit from Daniel and Paloma and the rest of her alliance and jealousy, I still am like, well, okay, you didn't go through and evict her. So it's like, what actually do you stand for? Or are you just all bark, no bite? So where I stand with Indy is, I feel like I would like her more if she was on the right side of the house, and if she didn't throw all of this unnecessary hatred towards Taylor. So I'm kind of torn on where to put her between the meh and the fuck y'all category. So let's go backwards. Go ahead, Barbie.
I agree with you that if Indy was running with different people, we would probably like her. But you have to think, I don't think she folded because she was like, well, I'm going to go with the house, because she knew Daniel was still voting to keep Nicole. I think she switched up when Lil Mama got extra psychotic and fucking screamed at her about how she hadn't done enough for her. It was like, all right, bitch,
I forgot about that.
Thugging in the streets, trying to get you some votes, threatening everybody's lives to fucking vote for you, and then you're gonna scream at me? All right, cool, we'll go get your own fucking votes. That is why I think she, was like, all right.
I totally forgot that Officer Angry did that.
Yeah, so for me, Indy goes in the fuck y'all, but she's also kind of meh, because she's like, fuck y'all, meh.
It's hard. Go ahead, Zach.
Fuck Indy, first of all. That's what I'm gonna say. Fuck Indy. And I personally don't like her on a personal level, not even just on a personal level and how she is as a person, but on a strategic level. I have definitely seen like this is the difference between her and Brittany. Like, Brittany has the potential there, but Brittany hasn't proven that she will flop like Indy has. Indy literally is so blinded by Taylor that she is not seeing the game clearly. She deserves to be in the fuck y'all because she doesn't know how to play the game, period.
Oh, well, damn. He said, fuck y'all. Go ahead, Ola.
Fuck Indy, and I said that shit. Indy, honestly, if Kyle didn't do what he did this week, I would put Indy in the flop category.
Oh.
First of all, I thought that I just did fuck Indy on site. But my thing is the only respect I had for her was that she finally like scrounged up like a little morsel of self-respect and voted Nicole out. After Daniel and Nicole were all up on her ass, talking shit about her, Daniel flipped her off when she like came into the room to help them. Like, I was really like, Indy is gonna go down with little to no self-respect and still vote for this woman who does not like her. And then she got some sense. But in all other categories, Zach is right. This bitch is literally thinking through her jealousy and has no other lens whatsoever. Taylor is so beneficial to Indy's game, but she cannot get over her high horse of not being the prettiest one in the room to put her jealousy aside, her ego aside, and put the game at the forefront. Taylor is a girl, first and foremost. And if their whole goal is to get a girl to win, why not work with someone like that? Come on. So it's fuck Indy on site. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. It's fuck Indy on site.
Well, y'all gave me a lot to think about, but I think all things considered, Indy, it's hard for me to put Indy in meh because I do have feelings about Indy. Like, I don't see Indy in the house and feel nothing. And right now, Indy's in a spot where she has no power in the game. She's not really doing anything in the game. And all I really see from Indy is just bullshit. So, with that being said, I do concur with all of you and think that Indy shall goeth in the fuck y'all category. So, yes, Indy will be going in the fuck y'all category, but she will be going above Bootleg Elvis just because I don't think that she's as bad as fuck y'all Elvis. Not quite in the turd zone, but definitely within smell range. So I am going to put Indy above Elvis in the fuck y'all category. Next up is going to be Miss Butterbean herself, Jasmine. So raise your hand if you have opinions on Jasmine. Oh, I saw Zach had his hand raised before the fact. So Zach, go ahead.
Before we get to Jasmine, I guess I can say something about both, but I just want to say about how Indy clearly, like, Taylor is probably one of the best puzzle pieces for Indy's game, and I don't know why she doesn't see that. And I think the people that she's hanging out with is blinding her from that, because if I was Indy in that house, I would be like, oh my God, like, I need to work with Taylor right now. Like, we can literally, like, run this shit. Like, Taylor's not really connected to people like that, neither is Indy. Why not work together? That's another reason why I think that Indy is so disappointing to me, because it's just like you're not seeing so many like reasons that you're so many ways to like get further in the game and get in a better spot, and you're just like no, I hate Taylor, fuck her, like no.
I agree with you. I feel like a foursome should have been made with Michael, Indy, Brittany, and Taylor. I thought that was going to happen, but it didn't, because Indy is just petty and dumb.
She's a cut off your nose to spite your face type of person.
Yeah,
agreed.
It's just like, yeah, but I guess I'll add something after. But yeah.
Well, okay. So then I saw Barbie and then Ola and then V. So Barbie, go ahead.
Wait, did Zach say what he thought about Jasmine, or are we still talking about Indy? Because I'm cool on that.
We're talking about Butterbean now.
I'm just gonna add something after you guys say something.
No, go ahead, baby.
Oh, okay. Well, for Jasmine, I would have put her in the fuck y'all like last week. But honestly, she's like, I don't know, like she's really surprising me, like not in a good way, like just like in a way that like I think that she's aware of being in a bad spot in game, and I feel like a lot of the other players that are with her aren't really like thinking like that, and I think that she sees when she's not in a good spot, and she wants to not be in a bad spot, like she wants to be in a good spot all the time, and I think that she will leave them in the dust to get in a good spot. Like, I think that Jasmine will do what it takes to get further. I don't think she understands exactly what that is, but I think that she will stab pretty much anyone in the back to get further in the game. I don't think she has any like true allegiances, and I think that I felt like she did before, and I feel like, oh, she's never gonna turn these people. But like seeing how she's acting with stuff and how quickly she just like when she went and talked to Monty about like the vote before, and then she literally went straight down to Indy, and I was like, she's gonna tell Indy like that they need to still do this thing, and she didn't. Like she was like folding. She was like, Monty told me this stuff, and we gotta, I don't know, like maybe we gotta go with the house. and Indy was the one telling her to stop. And I just think that shows that I mean, it doesn't show that Jasmine's a good player, but it shows that she is aware of when she's in a bad spot, and that she needs to get out of that and get in a good spot and get in good standing with everybody. I think she deserves to be in the, what's the one above? Fuck y'all.
The meh.
Yeah, I think she deserves to be there.
Okay. Go ahead, Ola.
I hate Miss Butterbean, but I think I would put her in the meh category for this week. And here's why. She's also blinded by her hatred of Taylor. She also joined in on Terrence's hoe on a stroll comment and said that she was a mule following a carrot about Taylor. So it's fuck Miss Butterbean on site. But her reads so far, at least for her own self-interest, are becoming more prevalent. At least we can see that she's a little bit more strategic than we gave her credit for when Nicole was in the house. I'm watching the feeds right now, silently, but she's currently planning with Daniel and Terrence to try to make a move to get Monty out this week. It's not going to work, I don't think. But we can see her trying to be active in the game. And she's starting to get a target on her back because she's trying. But she doesn't know that. So I'll give her a meh. You know, there's something happening there. She's not just scooting around on her little boot. There's something happening.
Okay. Go ahead, Barbie.
I'm going to give her, like, I know you guys hate me for this, but I'm going to give her, like, in between meh and in between, you know, beauty queen. Like,
Okay.
She's not, like, in the pageant. She's, like, a stage mom. But, like, I don't like her. But I can't deny that she's positioned quite well, if we're really being honest.
Yeah.
I don't know how that transitions into next week and subsequent weeks. But as of this moment, unless Michael gets scared and tosses her and Turner up on Monday, I think she's in a pretty fucking good spot. And I think it's because she has more, her bed being where it is helped her. Even though she, you know, may not realize it, her bed being where it is helped her because Alyssa and Indy were Festy besties. They got partnered up. They shared a bedroom, this, that, and the other. Her being out there, she talks to Terrence more. She's now talking to Daniel more. She talks to Monty more. She talks to Joseph more. So I feel like out of the girls, I feel like she might be positioned the best. And also, she's like, we're going to beat her.
Yeah.
Because
she's a layup.
You know, she's you know, injured and shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think she's 3.5.
She's a layup for sure. Go ahead, V.
I would like to put Jasmine solidly in the very bottom of meh, veering towards the fuck y'all, just because of her toxicity level and the fact that she's using a rolled ankle as a injury. Like, you've been pushing around on a scooter for a rolled ankle. I mean, how pissed is she that there's actually 2 people that were like legitimately injured today? I wonder, like, oh fuck, you know, I'm not gonna take the crown for the most like fucking lame now.
She's gonna throw herself down the stairs. Just watch.
Something's gonna happen. She's gonna be scooting down the stairs. Oh shit.
She's gonna throw her head in
I'm
the
ready.
oven, like, I can't take it anymore.
I'm ready for her to be that. I'm ready for her to have that Gypsy Rose syndrome and be like, I have this, my leg. Let me go on Ellen and go to Disney World for free.
Like, shut the fuck up. I've hurt myself worse falling off a curb, and I still got up, and I didn't use a scooter.
My spine.
Yeah.
It's inverted.
Please, like, she, like, I don't know. Plus, I saw a petition going around. Like, I don't know how real it is or anything, but like, people are trying to get people to sign this petition to oust Turner from the house for poisoning her muffin with water.
I saw that.
Like, now she's going to be malnourished. Give me a fucking break.
No, I love it.
Screaming when I read that. Poisoned with water and
know.
limes. Are you joking?
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like,
And I'm not
malnourished?
trying to like body shame, but they said malnourished.
It's like, oh please. Oh my
Please,
god.
like, one muffin for Jasmine can miss one muffin. She'll be okay. Like, just fuck back.
I died.
She was the most well-fed. She gained weight being a have-not because she was literally eating cups of sugar every day. Like, hello, diet.
Listen, if she's malnourished, then I'm a
pickles with
runway
sugar?
model. So
The pickles with sugar, that was too much. That was like too
that
much.
it's so funny
With
to
sugar,
me.
that's what she was dipping it in, sugar.
Yeah,
She
sugar.
dips
She
it
was,
in
like,
sugar
sucking
and
the
then
life
just
out of that pickle.
she sucks the sugar off of the pickle and doesn't eat the pickle.
How the fuck?
Fun dip. Diabetes fun dip.
I gotta say this, and I'm being honest. This has nothing to do with her weight, but she reminds me so much of Mama June and Honey Boo Boo. Her outfit and the promo was toddlers and tiaras, and she eats the weirdest shit. Remember on Honey Boo Boo, they'd be eating oh Honey Boo Boo, I got skitty and butter, and it was like fucking spaghetti noodles and ketchup and butter. It was all this weird shit. And like that's all Jasmine eats. She just eats the weirdest shit. Oh,
I saw where somebody was like, listen, I'm not trying to shame her for being a big girl. I'm a big girl my damn self. But bitch, big girls do more than eat. Can you please get mobile and stay away from the fridge?
Oh, Lord. I see Gamer Troll. Welcome to the stream, Gamer Troll. You got your hand raised and you were patient. So go ahead. What do you think about Miss Butterbean?
Personally, on a personal level, I hate her. I can't stand the woman, but she is the best game player on that side of the house. And she, as much as I hated watching her milk that injury for all it was worth. She used it, and she posted up on that couch where she could see the entire house, and that's good gameplay.
I agree with you. It's not saying a lot that she's the best on that side, but.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying she's great. She's good. I'm just saying
Y'all are gonna
best on that side.
Y'all are gonna roast me for this shit, but I have to say that I have enjoyed watching Jasmine on the television this season. Y'all are gonna hate me, but she is just so. She is like Raven Walton to me. Like I do not like her as a person. But every time she's on that screen, I lose my fucking mind. Well, hey, Julie, you look better than a chicken wing in an air fryer. You look better than a full rack of ribs. Like, she can't be serious. Like, she is the epitome of
Why
camp.
the fuck is that a compliment?
It is so, like,
it's not.
She is just so unserious. Like, I can't. And the fact of the matter is, she is in a pretty good spot in the house. No one really respects her. But she's in a spot where she's gonna make it far. I don't see anyone coming for her at any point. Will she win? Probably not. But I'm sorry. I have to give her I gotta give her the Butterbean Beauty.
No, Dylan. No.
I have to. Because she has just been entered.
Dylan, you better watch your back.
She's been entered because I can't put her in fuck y'all. Because this week she hasn't been bashing Taylor, so she's been stopping on that part.
That's a lie.
She called her a donkey today.
Wait, what? She called her a donkey?
She called her a mule today.
What?
A mule.
I'm just learning about this.
Can someone put her on the Jumbotron? I want to see that. She called her a mule. But
Let
see,
me
like,
find
how can this girl, blindside Butterbeans, be commenting on anything about Taylor? How can she?
Here's the thing. I will say this.
Yeah.
Everybody got up in arms about Terrence saying she's like a hoe on a stroll.
Yes.
Now, that's an analogy when you're hustling. And the only way I would give him the benefit of the doubt for using said analogy is if somebody's on the block and they're hustling for votes.
Yeah.
And you said, damn, they hustling like a hoe on the stroll. That's an analogy.
Yes.
However, the way that he used it, it wasn't an analogy for anything going on because Taylor doesn't have to hustle. She doesn't have to do anything.
He just called her a hole on a stroll.
She's sitting back enjoying the fucking fruits of her friend's win. So he used it in, just as some slick shit to say, and he said it in front of the right one, because Jasmine will take any opportunity to co-sign some bullshit and exclamation point on the end. And she looked at him and she said, yeah, she like a mule chasing a carrot.
About Taylor?
Yes.
Oh my god.
The mule chasing a carrot.
I'm sorry. It's just like Jasmine is so unserious. Like, how is this girl who had to Photoshop one of her pictures so bad that she has no ears in it talking about Taylor? Like, how? Like, I'm sorry. Like, as a person, she gets a fuck y'all, but as a character on a television show, I like I gotta give her Butterbean Beauty. Like,
you're basing my rankings on gameplay, so I will.
And her
I
her
just didn't let
gameplay's
her
pretty
in the
good.
pageant. She got to the parking lot for me.
Doesn't the order of the mat, like, can't you just put her like at the front of the mat or something?
I put her at the bottom of the Butterbean Beauty.
Okay.
She's not above Brittany, and she probably will be below a good chunk of the house guests, but I'm sorry, I get way too much enjoyment out of Jasmine being on my television screen. Like,
unfortunately, I agree with you in enjoyment. She was crawling on the floor about a muffin the other day, and I was dying. But that tweet that you wanted is in the Jumbotron for you.
let me look. Jasmine, Taylor is working this. They're doing everything that they can, like a hoe on a stroll. Like, what? Like a mule on a carrot. Ugh. I just... Like, at this point, it's just comical, because Taylor is this, like, radiant, beautiful, Miss Congeniality, supermodel, pageant winner, and they're over here talking about her as if they can even breathe the same air as her. Like, Terrence, you are a DJ, bus driver from Chicago. And then you got Jasmine over here.
Who had the audacity to say that Taylor would have to pay her to talk to be in her presence in real life?
Please. What? Oh my god. Okay, well, that's enough time for Miss Butterbean. Let's move over to Joseph. Joseph, I just have to say, is going to be in that Butterbean Beauty category and above Brittany and Jasmine for me. I have thoroughly enjoyed Joseph, not only this week, but throughout a majority of this season. I know that people were kind of dogging him while he was on the Taylor hate train, but I always felt like Joseph only was on that bandwagon because he was getting fed the wrong information. And then once he got to know Taylor and he found out that he was being lied to, he was the first person to stick to her defense. And throughout all this week, when Kyle was trying to suggest Taylor to go up, he said, no, that is not happening, as did Monty. He's been a great game player. He's been a good person. And he might not be the most entertaining person to watch, but I have thoroughly enjoyed Joseph being on my television screen. So let's hear what the rest of you guys have to say about Joseph. I don't see who raised their hand first. So go ahead, Ola.
I am going to agree with you. I would put him in that Butterbean category. I think I would put him either like slightly below Brittany or right next to Brittany. He has done the most, I think, to like assure the alliance all the way around.
Yes.
He is constantly putting himself like in the line of fire. He's constantly willing to do whatever it takes to prove his allegiance to the leftovers. This man is working. And when that ADHD hits in, my man's brain is flying. He is finding every scenario. Sometimes it's too many scenarios, but he is trying to work through every single situation to make sure that they are all insulated. He's even already thinking about who Kyle needs to go with and how that's going to mess with the alliance and like how to evenly distribute everybody so that it's not too many votes off the like. This man is working overtime for this alliance, so I will put him in that Butterbean category. The only reason that he's not supreme is I need him to like win some competitions, guy. Like, come on, Comp Beast, let me see you Comp Beast, you know, like, please do something. But he has definitely made a 180 twist from the Taylor hate train. And now they're talking about going on the Amazing Race together. And I'm like,
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I feel like if there was an anti-Kyle, it would be Joseph. While Kyle is actively destroying the leftovers, I feel like Joseph is the one that's holding it all together. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, I agree with Ola on Joseph needing to win competitions, but honestly, I think Michael is just psycho. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's on or what, but Michael is just insanely good at at like all of these competitions. He's able to win 5 out of how many? Like, has it been like 9, 8, something like that? 10? That's a lot, bro. Like, that's a lot of fucking competition wins. I think that once Michael leaves, that's when Joseph's gonna really like start to win stuff. The only thing I think he deserves to be in the Butterbeans, and I think he deserves to be in like 1 or 2nd spot. But like, I'm just nervous for him because I think that I just think people are like kind of see like Daniel's been like walking around saying like how like before Nicole left him and Nicole were just constantly complaining about how Joseph's a fucking liar and he's a piece of shit, like very aggressive, like very like he's a liar. They weren't really like pointing that at Michael. They're more like, oh, Michael, good for Michael, like he's doing good, like good for him. I think that I'm just like super nervous for Joseph. Also, on the Taylor thing, Joseph was actually one of the only people that didn't tell Daniel that Taylor needs to leave the first week.
Yep.
I remember that. Like, I remember specifically he didn't really say anything when he was up in the HOH room. And he told Taylor that, and he told, I think, Daniel that as well, like in the future after that. I think Joseph was never on that hate train. Joseph just didn't understand what was happening.
Yeah.
But as you can see in that one episode, when I don't know if like Nicole came at Taylor or something, and then Joseph was like, I personally never have seen Taylor do that. I honestly think that he said that way before that little look he made, and then they just like put that in. I think he was been thinking that, but he just didn't really understand like what was happening fully. And then once he started to see like with Turner and everything, how they switched it and everything, I think that's when he was like, okay, I see what's going on, and I need to do something.
I agree with you. And I just want to throw this in there because I just thought about it. I am thoroughly convinced that Big Brother competitions were made for twinks. To my recollection, I remember William on Big Brother Canada 5 was beasting out these comps. Jody on Johnny on BB Can 6 was beasting out these comps. I think twinks can just, kill these Big Brother competitions. I mean, Kevin was a comp beast in Big Brother 11. I guess he's technically not a twink, but to me, I'm categorizing him as a twink. So who knows? Next season, remember, twinks can kill these competitions. Don't underestimate the twink. Go ahead, Barbie.
Twinks gotta go. No, so I totally disagree with you about Joseph being entertaining, because as much as we laugh about Jasmine eating, Joseph eats even more, but Joseph is so fucking funny about it, because he's literally like, they're like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I made myself a sandwich. No, he's like, everybody's like, well, what's on it? And he's like, oh, I found a piece of cheese, and there was like a piece of salmon, and then we had some leftover pasta, and and he just throws whatever together and he just eats it all day long. He reminds me of Brad Pitt in the Ocean's 11 movie.
Oh my gosh.
How every time you saw him, he was eating. That is Joseph. And I just crack up because he's just so unassuming and, hungry.
Yeah.
But I think he goes pretty high in the pageant. I really do. I think he goes pretty high in the pageant. Maybe not his congeniality, but he's going to be well liked by the other contestants. He's definitely going to make it to the, final round. So
yes.
Yeah, that's it.
I would agree with you. I feel like Joseph is a contender for the Supreme. I'm debating between putting him above Brittany or below Brittany, because Brittany is I feel like Brittany I'm dead. I feel like Brittany is in a spot where she can decide which way the game goes. But then again, Joseph actively is in a stronger position than she is. And
Joseph put in work, though. Brittany hasn't necessarily put in the work.
Yes. So I feel like I want to put Joseph above Brittany. So right now we got Joseph. This is the order. We got Joseph, Brittany, and Butterbean and the Butterbean Beauty. Then we've got Alyssa and Meh. Then we've got Indy and Daniel in the fuck y'all. And then we have the flop of the week, Kyle. I'm just gonna put him there. I don't really feel like there's much to say on Kyle. Kyle is the flop of the week. Kyle went from being in the best position in the house to the worst position of the house and probably going home, all for a piece of pussy that he could literally find anywhere once the game is over. And I hate to dehumanize Alyssa like that. I don't mean to do it like that, because I feel like hearing that's a little harsh to say. But
she did it to herself.
Yeah, but that's exactly it. Like, Alyssa is literally the definition of a pick-me girl. He could have waited until the season was over and gotten her without any failure.
That was his original plan. Like,
Yeah.
literally, how do you set the game up for yourself? Tell yourself these are the bad things I need to avoid, and then do it anyways.
Horny.
He's the flop because he literally took a shotgun and shot both of his feet off, and then took the shotgun and shot his arms off, and now is just sitting there with no ligaments, just sitting there, going,
with the
why did
shotgun
this
hanging out of his mouth for no fucking reason.
Listen,
How?
the shotgun is attached to his pelvis. That dick was throbbing, and I'm gonna get AdSense removed, but that dick was throbbing real hard and needed something to be put
There's
in.
no camera in the HOH shower. He could have been like, Monty, I gotta go rub one out. I'm sorry. I will clean it. I will. I
He
promise
needs
I will get
to
the Clorox
he
wipe.
needs to take one of those muffins, carve a hole in that shit, and go ham.
Well,
Bro,
now
like, get one
listen,
of
I'm
those
not trying to get him to get a bacterial
care.
infection.
Or get he should
Tiffany
request
hadn't shown him how to do it with the little grapefruit. Like, come on.
I was
It's
gonna say
not
the
good.
grapefruit, or pull a Mickey Mouse and try to get all those watermelons for yourself. Like,
Let me sum up Kyle. Kyle went from geek status to king status to no status.
agreed.
Like, real talk, because at first glance, everybody was like, he's kind of weird and kind of goofy and, whatever. So, I mean, he had like that kind of geeky vibe. And then all of a sudden, he was literally Big Dick Daddy from Cincinnati without even really trying. He
Mhm.
was running so much with very little effort, and he had the ease and likability. He wasn't too much, he didn't have too much of a threatening presence. And
Very little effort.
Huh?
Oh no, that was playback from my thing. Keep going.
Oh, but like, he really was in such a good spot, because Monty and Joseph, the reason why they would be more of threats in the game is because they have the presence. Kyle didn't really have that. He was able to be over here and be really unassuming, and nobody thought too much about him. And then you just fuck it all up.
He has such a huge target on his back because of what he tried to pull this week. Because now Brittany and Michael are having like meetings with Terrence and Jasmine in the HOH room, trying to convince him to leave the knobs the same so that they can get Monty out. And he's realizing that Kyle's the one who planted all these seeds to these people. And Brittany is there telling him, like, bro, we need to stick with the leftovers because they're losing it. We know we can get their numbers out. We're much stronger than them. So Kyle is a flop for so many reasons. He showed his whole ass out here saying some racist shit. He literally made it a race war. Like, this is not an exaggeration. He literally made it a race war.
He did.
For literally no reason. Alyssa literally could have been picked up on the side of the street in any state in this country if you put a pumpkin spice latte on the corner of the street and just waited. Truly.
Listen.
He could have found anybody.
To sum up Kyle as quickly as I possibly can.
Everybody do the flop.
That's it. He's a flop. Period. So yeah.
How do you flop for some P-word you ain't even had yet? How?
So yeah, that's all the time I'm giving to Kyle for today. We're gonna move over to Turner. Turner has probably been the most pleasant surprise of anybody this season. I was pleasantly surprised by him. I think all he needed was to take a shower, get those toxic fumes out of his head, and now he's coming into his own. I will say he looks very clean. He looked really good at that eviction the other day. I was surprised. I was shocked. I have to give him a little, a tap, a little applause for doing basic human hygiene. I feel like Turner could go very deep in the game. I don't really see anyone taking him out. He has shown he can win a competition. If he were to win, I wouldn't be too mad about it. Of all of the white men that are left in the house, if I had to pick one, I would say give it to Timmy Turner, and I'd be okay with that. So what do we think about Turner? I think I saw V's hand go up, and then Barbie, and then Ola, and then Zach. So go ahead, V.
I mean, who would have thought that we'd be rooting for Turner? Like, at first glance and all that, like, I don't know. I didn't see myself liking Turner, but I mean, I gotta nominate him for Supreme just because his entertainment value alone and the fact that he's got a good head on his shoulders about the game too. So I think that he's at least in the running for Supreme. But that's my personal opinion. But that's it.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Barbie.
Supreme Queen Dream Turner. Period. That's it.
What do you think, Ola?
I have to agree. I think Turner is supreme this week. He is in the best position in the house right now.
Yes.
Literally not a single side is looking to take that shot at Turner. And keep in mind that Turner was the one who flipped the house on its head and took that first shot at Amira. How he took Amira out and not a single person is looking to retaliate against him, this man is playing the game. He took a shower in that HOH room. That water pressure was at tip-top form. He used the hot water, the best soap. Like, I don't know what happened, but
cleanliness is next to godliness, and he is being rewarded.
Turner dirty? Like, who is he? Because Turner clean, Turner Taylor's version, Turner homie, he is supreme. I know people are going to be like, no way. He didn't even have to do anything this week. He did not have to do anything. He's already being considered for 2 different alliances, and he has not done a damn thing. He sits by himself. He steals Jasmine's muffins. He lies to her face. My guy, in his petty era, is doing the best. I love him. I just
change the category name to "That's Fire."
That's fire, bro. Like, that's fire. Fire. Just fire.
Well, the Supreme in witchery, the Supreme can have a pyromancy, so that literally can be fire. So he is definitely the Supreme. Go ahead, Zach.
I was hesitant to say this before, but I kind of want to put Turner in one of my top players of all time categories. Kind of getting there.
Wow.
I think that on top of the difference with him and Joseph as well is Joseph has done a fantastic job of keeping the leftovers together, kind of forming it around and doing all this stuff. But yeah, Turner is the one who flipped it on its head, and to have no backlash from that after like that very, very big move is kind of insane to me. And he just faded completely into the background, but not so much into the background to where he'll be overlooked. Like, if he's in that final 2, they're not going to be like, you suck. They're going to be like, dude, Turner, like, flipped this game around. And he's going to say that. And, like, he has these multiple alliances coming for him because they like him and stuff like that. But I know he's not going to choose the bad alliance. Like, he's really smart. As you guys can see, he took out Amira. Like, he would have kept going with them if he didn't know what to do. So I think Turner does deserve to be in the Supreme spot because I think he's not only in the best position, I think he's one of the smartest people in the house. Surprisingly, I don't know, like, where this came from. Like you guys said, like, the shower, I don't know what was in the water, but something was, because he completely turned around, like, his whole entire, like, I was like, oh, where was this Turner, like, the whole, before you won HOH, like, very surprising to me, but I'm like happy to see it. And yeah, I think he deserves the top spot.
I gotta say, I'm very happy that you guys are on the same page as me, because I feel like everyone would be very quick to say Taylor's the Supreme, but I'm going based off of each week who's in what spot and how everyone is doing. And I feel like Turner is the Supreme because right now he is in the most optimal position of anyone in the house. Everyone wants to work with him. He has a great chance at getting at that final 2. He's a threat, but not such a threat that people will come for him anytime soon. I think
he took Kyle's spot.
He did. And he right now can decide which way this game goes. He can decide to go with Kyle and Alyssa, or he can decide to go with Monty and Joseph. It's all up to him. And he is the person that flipped this game. If he didn't have the cojones to take Amira out, then the leftovers and the position they're in right now would not have happened. So, sorry, not sorry, y'all, but I'm putting Turner as the Supreme of the week.
Quick side note, just a couple tweets I put in the Jumbotron for BB updates.
Yes.
Now Michael and Brittany are telling Turner about how the other side of the house is flipping and how they can't trust Kyle.
Yep.
Just to put that cherry on top for Mr. Supreme King, Petty King,
yes.
Turner.
I gotta say, I really do think...
Can we also call Turner now? You know, just be like, oh, it's Mr. Steal Your Spot.
Oh, it's Mr. Serious Spot. Because Turner is slipping right in there. He's like, you know what? If you gonna fuck around, here I come.
Listen, it really is in his name. The tables have turned, and now I gotta say, I'm really here for Turner. So Turner will take that Supreme category for the week. Next up,
Wait, Dylan, I'm so sorry to interrupt
Yes.
you. I know I'm just jamming on. I have to tell you guys. So I just had
Yes.
a friend say, hey, I just was wondering what the hell is going on. Why does everybody hate Kyle? You know, can you give me like the basic rundown? And
Yes.
I said, oh, he's in the process of dismantling his second powerfully structured alliance
Yes.
in favor of building a new one. And I just realized, remember how he was talking about, I don't know, seven's a lot of people.
Uh-huh.
Do we really want to have 7 people? So you want to kick out somebody of your 7-person alliance so you can form a new 6-person alliance?
I feel like 6
Math?
is the perfect numbers. Like, you don't need any more than 6.
But I'm saying if you kick out someone from your alliance, that would only leave 6 members. So
Yeah.
you were kicking out someone to form a new 6-person. Like, why? What?
And you know what? They need to kick Kyle out, and then the leftovers will be fine. And that's where they got to go, is cut the cancer out. So let's move on to Michael, or as I'm going to call him, Meckel. It's kind of crazy that I feel indifferent about a player that has won 5 competitions out of 9. Right now, how I feel about Michael is that I feel like he's just a good social player. Everyone likes him. He can win the competitions. He has all that going for him. But I don't see him winning. I don't feel like he has a high win equity. I think at some point, probably during a double elimination, someone's going to be like, whoa, okay, let's say the veto gets used. Who do I backdoor? Well, I could backdoor Michael because, Michael has been winning all the competitions. I don't know. I just see him going at some point. So I'm leaning towards putting him in the meh category. But I want to hear what y'all got to say. So V and then Ola.
Ola was first.
Oh, she was? I'm not looking. So Ola, go ahead.
I honestly didn't know I was first either. But I actually am struggling because I feel like if I could put 2 people in the flop category, I would put Michael in the flop category this week if Kyle didn't do what he did. And here's why. Michael had absolutely no reason to win veto.
Yes.
Absolutely no reason. The HOH competition, him winning that, I can understand it because him and Brittany would have been up on that block if they didn't. So I can give him a pass for doing that. But to win veto, you've won every single veto competition that you've been in. So now you're just going to put a target on your back for no reason. He literally sat in that HOH room and was like, do we win it? Do we not? I'm going to win it. His ego, his hubris is going to be his downfall. And for me, I just feel like the position he was at to do this, it's just almost so flop worthy because he was at a good position. He already made his resume going into jury. He has a little bit of a target, but he could hide behind the leftovers. But this extra win, like, it's not necessary. And then the way that they're going about entertaining this Monty thing is going to put an even bigger target on his back when they realize that he's not going to do it.
Agreed. Go ahead,
I'm going to
V.
go between like meh and fuck you, I guess.
I feel
I
you.
agree with Ola about a lot of that but the thing is too is I'm wondering what the HOH comp actually was because from what I was gathering on the feed sharing on Twitter was that Daniel was only like 4 seconds behind or something like that. So I don't know if it was a do or die situation where he had to win it or it was going to be Daniel in control. So, but the vetoes, I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous. It's like, dude, slow it down. Like, you did not, like, I don't know, but it sounds like this veto comp is kind of a clusterfuck too. So who really knows?
He's just putting unnecessary eyes on him. Where I feel like if he would just go a little bit without winning, people would forget about all of his wins. I see Oliver's up. Hey, Oliver, go ahead, Oliver.
Hi, everybody. I've been watching the feeds, and I kind of have a different perspective per se because especially like and this is like one of those cases where I think this is like a one chance and one time thing, because especially with how like he's basically had a golden week, right? He won HOH and he won Veto.
Yeah.
But now you see that people are now divulging information to him. And the fact that he was able to piece together the 4 who are trying to like now flip the vote to send out Monty, that gives him a little bit of wiggle room, right? It gives him a little bit of wiggle room in being like, hey y'all, they're trying to kick you all out and try to flip the vote. So that way he can say, hey, these guys are trying to get you guys out, so target them over me. And that's like where I think like, having that power really allowed people to just give a little too much when they should have backed off. But Michael, you had me worried for a second. I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to let you slide for this week either. You're still on my list, but you get 2 minutes. 2 minutes, all right? But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Go ahead. I saw Ola raised her hand again, and then Barbie. So go ahead, Ola.
Listen, Oliver, I would agree with you if he went into the veto saying, like, I'm going to use this to get... This just all kind of fell into his lap. And that's why I still, like, am being hard on him, because he didn't do it with the purpose of being like, let me get these people. These people came out showing their ass, and now he's like, oh, shit, I can't go that route. I need to stick with the leftovers, but now I can use this against them. And so I get what you're saying, and I totally agree, but that was not his intention, so I can't give him credit for that.
Go ahead, Barbie.
He's meh. He's probably always going to be meh for me. But if he uses this correctly,
okay,
he could. I will let him hold the pixie dust at the pageant. He can toddlers and tiaras it up. I will allow that, because like Ola said, this was literally presented to him on a platter, and it's all about what you do with information. You can have all the information in the world, but if you're not doing anything with it, it's pointless. So if he actually maneuvers this to say, I may be a comp beast, but let me keep these people in the house so I can hide behind them, and then you forget about me. And he says, hey, I'm just going to let everybody else decide, does Kyle need to go for being shady? That's how you move up the ranks.
Very true. Go ahead, Zach.
Sorry, my phone died. But I was gonna say, I think Michael deserves to be in the meh, just because, like, I know he's trying to be like Janelle. Like, I love him so much, but like, I know he's just trying to be like Janelle. And like, I could totally see him be like, I don't really need to win this, but like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, I know that's the exact thing that's in his head. I know 100%. And just like, bro, no, like just put your ego to the side, like throw it, like just fucking throw it. Like, I think he just doesn't have it in him to fully 100% throw a competition. And I don't know if he ever will, honestly, especially now, because he's going to be a target actually in the future. So I don't know if he actually will. But for these reasons, just the amount of competitions he's won, it's just like, do you not watch this show, bro? And like, honestly, it's like, I know you want to be like Janelle, bro, but like, Janelle won when she kind of need to, right? She wasn't just like winning nonstop for no reason. Like, you're kind of winning nonstop for no reason.
Janelle had to, because she just kept getting put on the block.
That's what I think he's like forgetting that. I'm like, okay, it's like, okay, bro, I know you want to like win a bunch of comps like Janelle, and you want to say like, oh, like Janelle, like, look, I'm just like you, whatever. But you're not, and you have not been in danger ever. Like, really, honestly, besides possibly the first week. But besides that, honestly, like, you really haven't been in danger, bro. And these competition wins are just making you a threat. And I just cannot see any scenario where someone brings in Final Two in any way, shape, or form.
So how I feel about Michael is that he is in a good spot, and he has a lot of people surrounding him, and he has a lot of power in the game, and he could be dangerous down the line. But I think when someone has the chance to take a shot at him, someone like Indy or Alyssa or even Terrence or somebody random is at some point going to win a head of household. And it happens a lot during the double eviction, when it's like a crapshoot competition. If someone that's not in his core group, which I would say is Brittany, and Taylor wins it, I think they take a shot at him. Whether it's Turner, whether it's Butterbean, whether it's whoever. That's my only concern with Michael, is that he'll be protected, but if someone gets the chance, they'll get rid of him. So where I am going to put him is I am going to put him in the meh category, just because, but I'm going to put him above Alyssa. And it's because I see good aspects to his game, but I also see some flaws to the game. Obviously, I'm not going to give him a fuck y'all. We have the bad people in the fuck y'all. He's been a good person in the game. He's been a good person this week. But overall, I just got to say, his gameplay, good person in the game. Oh, hold on. Oh, why'd that pop up? Hold on. Let me pause that. Overall, I have to give him a...
Shantae, you stay.
Oh, damn it. My damn clip fucked up. Okay, there we go. Jesus Lord. Hopefully I'll get it better next time. I need to make a soundboard. So yeah, he is getting number 1 in the meh category. Just in the interest of time, we're going to move on to Monty. So I'm going to go in order of who had their hands raised beforehand for Monty.
Wait, check the Jumbotron.
Oh, okay. Let me look. Michael, we definitely all need to meet tonight. I am being pitched ideas that confirm my suspicions of them all being together. Ooh.
No, I'm talking about the recent one.
Oh, there's another one? That's the most recent one I see.
Talking about the one Kyle trying to save himself, that one?
Yes.
I am curious to see what Kyle says. Like, if Kyle's on board for this. Is it that one? Oh, now I see it. Kyle trying to save himself next week after his plan to target the
Just push play.
Oh my god. Y'all are sick.
I'm crying.
He's gonna be doing those damn TikToks from his basement on his apology tour. Oh.
Sorry, I'm screaming because I'm Nigerian and I love the song and I just really that was great.
That
Thank you
took
so
me
much.
out. Oh my lord, that took me out.
But it's so true.
Oh, he's
definitely
definitely
gonna be
is.
walking around like, hey, have you guys ever heard of somebody named Martin Luther King?
Please. Well, did you see the video of him with the Brazil flag?
He has a really weird obsession with Brazil.
Yeah,
really weird. I guarantee you that's why Indy was cast, because he was going to be on there. I guarantee you they thought that was going to be the showman.
Oh, definitely. Listen,
promise you.
I am shocked that he's all up in Alyssa and not trying to get with Indy, trying to get his Brazilian girl. I'm shook.
He doesn't like shades of pale.
Oh. True. 50 Shades of Pale. Oh my gosh, I'm crying. Okay, let's move on to Monty. I don't really know how to feel about Monty, just because I didn't really care for him in the beginning of the game because he was saying really terrible things about Taylor. I feel like he's a decent player. For me, he's meh, but I would like to hear other opinions on him. So I'm going to start with Aza's Lost Eyelash. I love your name because you haven't gotten to speak yet. So go ahead, Lost Eyelash.
Yes, Aza's Lost Eyelash, and unfortunate her elimination last week on the challenge. Anyways, in my opinion, Monty is either going to be one of two things. He's either making it to finale night, or he's going to be gone on a double eviction. It's one of the two, because I feel and this is why, because he's either, like you said about Michael going in a crapshoot scenario, I feel like it's the same thing for Monty, because Monty has a tight group. Taylor's not going to put him up. Terrence won't put him up. Joseph won't put him up. Kyle maybe, but honestly, Kyle is more focused on like some other people besides Monty. But honestly, he could still do it if it was a threat to Alyssa's game, because right now I see Kyle playing Alyssa's game. Kyle is not playing Kyle's game. The second Kyle snogged Alyssa was the minute that Kyle left the leftovers. Because I feel like now he's so worried about this Alyssa situation that he's not even looking at his own game. And with Monty, I feel like he's just either going to make it to the end, but he won't win. I don't see him winning unless he was sitting next to like Brittany. If it was Monty, Brittany, and Michael at the end, and Monty won final 3 HOH and took Brittany, that's the only way he's winning, in my opinion. Because, I mean, I don't see Terrence getting that far. So, and of course I want Taylor to win, but in Monty's case, he just needs to lay low. I feel like he's doing too much. But the second that he goes after Michael or goes after Turner or anyone who's in the leftovers, I think that's going to be like the sign of his demise. Because I know Joe will side with Taylor and Turner before Monty, in my opinion.
Listen, I hate to say it, but never underestimate the win equity of a muscular alpha male in the Big Brother house. Because we've seen for the past 5 seasons that you can be in the shittiest position in the game, Mickey Mouse, and still ends up winning just because Big Brother throws a bunch of physical competitions your way. So I agree with everything that you said, and you raised a good point that Monty could be a victim of the double eviction. I could see someone definitely taking a shot at him at that point, just because it would be the quickest and easiest way to get him out. And it would be easy and painless. But unfortunately, I'm never going to count out an athletic, strong alpha male like Monty from winning the game, just because somehow, some way, one of them always ends up winning the show. Go ahead, Oliver.
So I don't know. This might be controversial. This might not. For me, it will always be fuck Monty and fuck Monty always. Like, I just will never forgive him for what he did the first week, because honestly, he really was the final nail in the coffin for the abuse that Taylor went through, especially for him, like trying to co-sign up to greasy Elvis understudy up there and saying, oh no, it's fine to put two black people on the block. Like, shut up, sit down, go somewhere.
Yeah.
But I also want to point out too, like, there was a point where I think it was last week where he threw Taylor somewhat under the bus, where he was like, oh, can we trust her or something? So like, even within the alliance, he's still like kind of shaded Taylor too. So for me, it will always be a fuck Monty. But I do think that he does have somewhat of a good chance, because, and that's the part where I don't know, is how strong that the Pound Alliance?
Yeah, the Dog Pound. Ruff.
The Dog Pound. Yeah, them. I really don't know how strong, because like, we just haven't really seen them like together, like collectively. So I'm not too sure how that will shake out when we get to the 7.
Listen, that alliance needs to be put down. Like dogs at a dog pound, because it ain't going nowhere.
It's not. The dogs are not out of the house. The dogs were not let off the loose. They are not. It's just, no, they are inside the house. They will stay there.
Whoop,
quiet.
Whoop,
mute.
whoop, whoop.
It's a whoop, whoop, whoop. Like, it's not even a wolf. It's a, you know.
But I do have to agree with you. Monty has definitely... I've just had a sour taste in my mouth about all the things he said about Taylor in the beginning parts of the game. Like, most of the stuff he said about Taylor, I can't really comment on, because it's not really my space to comment on it. But it just was really hard seeing him say the things that he said about Taylor during the first portion of the game. And, you know, I question it in my head, how much of him changed because he realized that Taylor was being mistreated, and then how much of him changed because the diary room told him that the public was not reacting well. So, I don't know, but I agree with you on all of your points, Oliver. Go ahead, Barbie.
Okay, so I posted something up there, and it's someone that says, I haven't seen a single thing bad come from Monty since forming the leftovers. Even when he's doing one-on-ones.
Oh, Mr. A.
Yeah, even when he's doing one-on-ones, he never did, whereas Joseph kind of kept up the act.
Yeah.
And so for me, because I am not putting my emotions in this, and I'm looking at this strictly from, like objectively, I would give Monty, he can go to the pageant. And the
Oh,
reason
wow.
I say that is because he told the whole house, don't bring me a tie. You're not going to like the results. I'm keeping Taylor. He told everybody to their face. He was loud about it. He whistled past Nicole and Daniel. Another one bites the dust. He was very much, this is what it is. It's always going to be that. Sorry. And I have to give you respect when you show something versus like we can give Joseph all the, applause that we want to, but Joseph's still keeping up the charade. I don't know why, like to the degree that he was, but he was, whereas Monty was like, and what? I'm keeping her. And so I feel like game wise, I think Monty is he is going to either go to the very end, I'm going to say final four, or he's getting taken out in one of the doubles. I'm giving him pageant. He's not going like super high, but he's in there.
Okay. I do agree with you on that point. I have to say, to be honest, I feel like this charade that they have about excluding Taylor and not being friendly to her is bullshit. I don't really see why there's an issue with letting it be known that you get along with her. I don't think they need to expose the fact that they're in an alliance with her, but I think it's pretty obvious where the general sides of the house are. You guys live in the house with each other 24/7. You don't need to do what the friendship did, where it was obvious they were in an alliance. But I'm pretty sure Butterbean and Indy and Daniel have a good idea that you guys are in the trust circle with Taylor. So I do agree with you on that point, Barbie, and I do give him points for at least acknowledging the fact that I like Taylor. Taylor's not going home, because I feel like it's bullshit. They don't need to pretend like they don't get along with her. Bitch, everybody knows. Anyways, go ahead, Ola.
Look, y'all. Monte oy vey. I despise that man. But like Barbie said, we've got to be a little bit objective. And I honestly would agree with her. We've actually talked about this Monty point, her and I. And I have to agree. I would put him in that pageantry, Butterbean little thing, but I'd put him at the very bottom, like in between that and meh. But he put his game on the line for Taylor last week.
Yes.
Everybody in that house knew he was going for Taylor, no matter what they did, no matter where they came at him. It could be his tie vote. It does not matter. He will show his ass on national television and pick Taylor over Nicole. And I think that went a long way in trust. And then also just because him and Joseph both came up this week and said, best case scenario is Michael and Brittany winning veto, and you guys can put us on the block. That KKK man is running from the block like it's his kryptonite. And they came up willingly and said, yes, take our vote away, put us on the block. We trust you guys.
Yeah.
This is the best thing to do to protect everybody. Now, come on now. Please, be serious. So, for this week, again, when Monty gets out of that house, it's fuck Monty on sight. I'm there with you, Oliver, because he is a black man in a historically black fraternity, being taught to protect those women, and for you to come out here and show your whole ass on national television for some Latina girl who won't even talk to you after this. But in terms of gameplay, better. In terms of gameplay, he's getting up there. He's at least getting some protection, and enough to the fact that people are trying to turn the vote now and save him and show him like they're loyal to him. So he's at the very bottom of the pageant, but he's there.
That's a good point to add in there, because I was giving him some minus points for the fact that he was the target for the week for one side of the house. But you are correct. He had people that were backing him up. So those were some good points, Ola. Go ahead, Zach.
Monty. So I really feel like starting the season, seeing how much Monty was doing, I was like, Monty's going to win. Literally, I was like, Monty's winning the season. Like, I already know. I was getting a little bit annoyed because I was like, I hate that, like, I can see the winner so clearly. But now, with the way that everything's been going, it's like, I don't think he's going to win. But I think that he has the potential to turn it around. Out of anybody in this house. I think that right now he's seen as a target for multiple people, and I think that's why I would put him like at the top of meh or like at the bottom of the Butterbeans. Because I think that he could turn it around. It just depends on what he does with this stuff. And I think that what's his the Alliance like backing him up or whatever, whoever's backing him up, like that's good, but that doesn't make the target on you disappear. That just shows that you have some numbers, and like that's good, that's great. But like if one of the other people wins HOH, like I could 100% even next week still see them putting him on the block, honestly.
Yeah.
And I just think that a lot of them, like especially Alyssa, has like voiced several times that she wants Monty out. Like Jasmine has said it, like they've all like the whole other side has said it, and even people in the Alliance have said it. It's like I don't think that's really good for Monty to have that many people looking at him as a potential person to leave. So that's why I wouldn't put him that far up there. But as you know, like Big Brother, like so many different things happen. And I think that like next week, if something crazy happens, 100% the target on his back is going to fade. But I just think that it just really depends on what happens like the next couple weeks.
I think with Big Brother, more so than any other show, things can change week by week. And I would say right now, Monty is in the spotlight to go home next. But again, like you said, things can definitely change. But those were some good points. Go ahead, Oliver.
No, I just wanted to say, Ola and Barbie, y'all made good points. I'm just a little petty. So I agree. But again, like Ola said, once he's outside the house, oh, no. His ass is grass, and I'm going to mow it. But inside the game, I'll give him his 2 points. I'll give him, he can sit down. He can sit down. He's on thin ice. But I agree.
So ultimately, I think where I'm going to put Monty is, if I was going based off of entertainment on the show and the strategy and what he's done on this current week, where he stands in the game is he has some people backing him up. He has Joseph, who I think at this point is locked in as his duo. I think throughout the duration of Big Brother, everyone finds someone that is kind of their pair. It's very rare for someone to not have a pair, and I feel like Joseph is that pair. But at some point, I think those two are going to go on the block together, and between the two, I think Monty gets sent home. Monty just doesn't, at this point right now, have a good winner's equity in the game. I think his longevity is not really that far. Entertainment-wise, I'm still kind of looking at you sideways for all the shit talking you did about Taylor, even though you've gotten better. And there's not really that much I'm gaining from him. Like, I'm not gaining anything like I am from Miss Butterbean, where I'm laughing my ass off on the couch, even though I can't stand her. So I feel like ultimately where I'm going to have to put him is I'm going to put him above Michael, because I do feel like Michael is actively worsening his spot in the game, whereas I feel like Monty is improving his spot in the game. So I am going to have to put him in the meh category. That is my final verdict. Meh. So I will be putting him at the top of the meh category. Next up is the queen stays queen, adios herself. We have Taylor. I'm just going to say Taylor is going to be at the top of Butterbean Beauty. And the reason why is because not many people can go on Big Brother, be met with so much hatred, so much abuse, and still come out the other end. And right now, Taylor is sitting in the second best position of anyone in the house. No one is looking at her as a target. She has a pretty decent amount of people lined up to work with her. The only con against Taylor is she still has people like Indy and Daniel and Jasmine and Terrence that are bitter as fuck towards her for no reason. Other than that, she's been amazing to watch on the show. She's been entertaining, and she's just been a nice person. So Taylor is undoubtedly going to the top of the Butterbean Beauty. But I do want to hear everyone's opinions. So go ahead, Ola.
You're gonna hate me. And I love her to bits. She is my favorite. I want her to win. I want her to get AFP. I want her to do all the things. But in terms of gameplay for me, I have to put Miss Tay Tay at the meh category.
Oh, wow.
And here's why. Because she hasn't done a lot of gaming. She has done a lot to improve her social game. and her social status inside the house. But she hasn't done a lot of strategic playing here. She's still rocking with her final three that she made when the first two people in the house decided to talk to her, Brittany and Michael. But I don't see that being the ultimate best case scenario for her. And I still don't see her kind of playing the field and insulating herself within, you know, the different groups to make sure that she's still not a target. Because yes, you're right. She's still got a target on her back because Jasmine can't keep her name out her mouth.
That's true.
But she has this position now where she doesn't have to like worry about being on the block. She doesn't have to worry about getting up votes. She doesn't have to worry. This is the time for her to take a step up and start taking a charge of her game. She's a lot of the stuff that's happened to her has kind of fallen into her lap a little bit.
Yeah.
And you know, treatment of her aside, that, you know, that's bullshit and we all know that, but treatment aside, she hasn't done anything to really get these to her. They've all come to her, which is great for her. She saved herself. She found a way. She latched on. But I just feel like in terms of gameplay, she's not doing much to like, if we stop the game, I think Barbie and I talked about this yesterday. If we stop the game right now and it was between Taylor and anybody else in that house, what can we really say that she's done, you know, besides, you know, not be as hated by everybody as she was before.
That
so
is
I just
true.
need my sister, my girl, to just pick it up a little bit and use this week to start making some moves for herself, even if it's not like winning a comp or winning a veto, making some moves with herself strategically so that she's set up to do that next week.
I do agree with you. I feel like her and Brittany are kind of in the same boat where I think both of them had a rocky start in the game and didn't really have any power to make moves. And I feel like now Taylor is in a spot where now she has power to start making moves. Because you have to remember, she's been on the block pretty much every single week. So it's hard to be able to have any power to make any type of move or influence a nomination when you're constantly put on the block. So that's why I'm kind of giving her a pass for now, because I think the first half of the game she's had to just be on survival mode and just try to not go home. However, I think she's in a spot where she has potential to ultimately take some power in the game and make some strategic moves. So that's why I'm putting her in the higher category. But hearing you speak, I do think you made some good points about potentially putting her closer to the meh category.
I definitely would still, I'd have her straddling meh and Butterbean. It's like, just kind of like in between there, because like, yes, I give her a pass. She hasn't had any equity to make those moves, but this week she knew she was safe. Michael told her point blank, period, you're not going on that block. I promise. This was her time to kind of make some strategic moves, some other like little places that she knows she's safe, like talking to Turner more, talking to Joseph more, making that a thing, talking to Monty more, making that a thing, talking to the girls more, that making that a thing, you know, doing something else so that it's not just like, oh, Taylor is not on the block this week, we'll ignore her. It's okay, maybe I can use Taylor. Like Taylor's giving me these options. She's promising these things when she gets on the, because nobody knows what she's going to do when she gets HOH. They still talk about that. Like, who's she going to put up? To make those promises, make those ideas known to other people so that when she gets HOH, she can say, look, I'm keeping my word. I did this, so that she gets some equity in the game.
I know that people have said she shouldn't have to suck up to any of the people that treated her badly. And I'm not saying that she should suck up to anybody, but I do feel like now that she's safe, she should try to use this week to try and improve her relationship with the girls, specifically Butterbean and Indy and Alyssa, just because it looks like no one is really looking to target those three for a minute. So she should try to improve whatever is going on with them. Not suck up to them, not let them treat her like shit, not give them an apology, but for game sense, try and mend something so that if they win, they don't waste their HOH trying to get her out again. But those were some good points, Ola. Go ahead, Oliver.
I agree. Okay, this was kind of a tricky one because, in my opinion, you can kind of go two ways with this. Because, like, if you think about it in one way, like, let's say in this scenario that the leftovers, all 7, they get to the final 7, and then it kind of goes to an all-out war from there. But then if you look at it, you basically kind of have two camps, right? You have the boys, and then you have Brittany, Taylor and Michael. Well, if you think about it in the boys, I think in their eyes, they're going to see Michael and Brittany as a bigger threat. And also, too, Taylor can point like, hey, I was a pawn twice for y'all, so you guys can keep me safe. You know, you have my loyalty. So you have that aspect where if she gets to the final 7, there's going to be a lot of bigger targets for everybody to take a shot at each other. However, there is the other part where she kind of is third wheel into all of the other alliances.
That's true.
So, like, I do feel like she can make it far, but then when it starts to really kind of dwindle down, that's when it'll really get dangerous. Like, so for right now, I think she's actually in a very good spot. I kind of want, see, this is where I'm like, I want and I don't want her to win power. I want her to win power to really kind of make a stake in the game and to really kind of like, you know, curve the game to her direction, but at the same time, I'm like, I kind of don't want her to get power because it might be too early for a pivotal point in the game. But yeah, Taylor's in a good spot, but like she's because like again, especially if this week goes and Daniel goes out the door, I feel like the other 3, Terrence, Alyssa, and Indy, they're going to look side-eye to Michael and Brittany, and that might make her lower a target. So it's like, it's up in the air. You can kind of go 2 ways with it.
That's a good point. And I think Taylor's major goal for right now should be making herself a priority for people, because ultimately she's in a really good spot right now to not be the target and to be in that end game, but she needs to make sure that she's a priority. She's not someone to be expendable at that final 4, final 3, final 5 stage, where at that point you just got to cut someone and they could easily be like, well, I'm sorry, Taylor, I don't have any deals with you. You were a big target in the beginning and you have a good story, so I got to evict you. It's just hard. But those were some great points, Oliver. Go ahead, Barbie.
Agree to all. So yeah, we can all love her, you know, the same, but we got to be honest. You know, I don't think that she's in a great spot this week. I think that she's positioned well enough this week, but a great spot would be her realizing this is my week to go to work.
Yeah.
You're not going to change everybody's mind about you. You're not going to become best friends, but you got to fucking hit the pavement, girl. You got to go out there and tighten up what you can. Some people, it's going to be a lost cause. Like, honestly, you and Daniel are not going to be chopping it up anytime soon. We know that. So what you do is you go tighten it up with Joseph, tighten it up with Monty. You know, you've put in your work with Brittany and Michael, and then they have each other. You just have to do like routine check-ins with them. You need to go to Alyssa. Make it, because don't go to Kyle, because that's going to spark some jealousy. You go to her. You get in tight with her. You're not going to win over Indy, and I know she doesn't realize this, but this is just me armchair quarterbacking. You tighten it up with Alyssa. And I'm not saying like, oh, let's make a final 2, but you build on something where Alyssa's less likely to, you know, go after you. And then, you know, from there, you can kind of assess what things are looking like. Put your ear to the ground, kind of, you know, just be observant, you know. And also, we need Taylor to learn to walk away from conversations that have run their course. Last night, oh my God, Ola and I were like, what the fuck? Get the fuck up. Fake an injury, fake a cramp, fake you're going to be sick. Get up away from Michael and Brittany, because the conversation was done and it just lingered and lingered and lingered. And it's like, use what you've got to go think about it and process and get a game plan together, because we can say she's not a target in the house, but let's be real. If the duo's twist ends on Thursday, guess what? She's still going up as a secondary nominee because people look at it as no blood on their hands.
That's true.
I mean, that's just facts. So I put her in meh. I'm not saying she's the lowest of the meh, but she's not the highest. She is meh. She is the epitome of meh. She is meh as fuck. And that is all love. That is, you know, happy stage mom right here. That is all love, but she is meh right now.
Great point. Great points. Thank you, Barbie. All right, go ahead, Zach.
Okay, I really agree with Ula, Barbie, and everybody on how Taylor needs to be more active and stuff. But my thing is, like Dylan was saying, I think that she has just been on the block all these weeks, so she's been more in survival mode. And yes, I do think that now, like, this is the first week where she's like, okay, you're safe. But I think that she's looking at it from a different perspective. I think she's looking at it from, okay, I need to chill the fuck out this week and not do a lot and kind of let people try to maybe forget about me. And then next week, like, try to like really do shit. And I think also something in her head, I think she's thinking that she doesn't want to do like little things. Like, I mean, I think she should. But I think that she's just thinking that she doesn't want to make these little alliances or little side deals and have it get back to anyone and have any reason. She doesn't want to give anyone any kind of reason to take her out. I think she's just being really careful. I think she's being too careful for sure. But I think she's just being really careful to not give anyone any additional reasons as to all the past weeks of reasons that people have had to take her out or to hate her or whatever. I think she's really just doesn't want to give anyone any additional reasons to take her out. And I think that in her head, she's like, okay, if I want to do something in this game, I need to win HOH. And she's been trying to, but Michael's psychotic. And she won, and she was trying to, apparently she did good in this HOH. I don't know what she got. I think she got third or fourth or something, but apparently she did good. And like, she's been doing good. Like, you guys saw how she did that balance beam shit against Alyssa. Like, she went psycho. Like, she was jumping on that shit. I thought she was going to fall every time she jumped. Like, she is going to win some shit. Mm-hmm. But Michael's more psycho than she is. So once they take Michael out, which I think they will soon, I don't know when it's going to be or what's going to happen, but if Michael's not there competing and she is, and it's something athletic, I can 100% see Taylor starting to win more stuff. And I think that now maybe this week is maybe people want her to like make all these alliances and do all this stuff, and she needs to do this stuff. She definitely needs to, but maybe this week it's okay if she just chills out, and maybe next week when the jury starts is when she can really start to like do shit, and that's when everybody will be in that mindset. Because a lot of people that go into this game, they literally like want to follow the herd until the jury starts. Like, you've seen it happen so many times. Like, fucking people called Casey and Angela furniture, and then look at what they turned into once the jury started in BB20. Like, they were so irrelevant, and then all of a sudden the jury started and the whole entire game changed. I think that that's what Taylor's thinking about. She's thinking like, once the jury starts, everyone's goals in the game is going to change, because everyone's going to be like, oh, I made it, and this is the time to make big moves, all this stuff, blah blah blah. And I think that's when Taylor's going to start to really like go, and I hope I'm not wrong, but I really think that's when she's going to start to go and start to like make like other things with like Joseph, Monty, maybe like go talk to Alyssa. Like, I think that she will, and I think that I think she deserves to be like in the Meg category for sure for now, but I think that she has potential to be higher if she just either wins something or just gets in like another position besides the one with Brittany and Michael, because like Barbie said, like, that's already good, girl. Like, you're good. Like, do you not see that? Like, they're not going to turn on you. Like, you're good with them. Like, go do something else. But also what Oliver was saying about like unsure if he wants her to win HOH, I don't think Taylor winning HOH is going to mess up her game. I actually think it will help her, and I can't see a scenario where she doesn't play it well. She's not going to make a huge move because she's already been a target. She's going to make a very, very reasonable move, and I'm pretty sure she's going to tell everyone what she's doing and be very straight up about it. And she's probably going to end up, I don't know, like if she were to win next week, it probably would be, I don't know, Jasmine, Indy. I could see either of them leaving, possibly, or Terrence. And they all fucking hate her. So, like, that's good for her game. And everyone's going to be understandable about that. Like, everyone's going to understand that. And no one's going to be mad at her. It's going to be just like Turner's HOH, how, like, no one cared. I can totally see that. If she wins next HOH and does something like that, I can totally see that. However, if she wins HOH and tries to make a big move, she's going to be in a bad spot. And I really hope she doesn't do that. But I really think that her winning is okay, or not winning is okay. But for sure, next week, if she does not win HOH, she needs to start doing stuff, for sure.
Because she doesn't have the luxury to be sitting around. I know that you're saying you want her to slow play it. I don't think she has the luxury to be.
I don't want her to. I just think that's what she's doing because she's scared.
Yeah, and I don't think she has the luxury to be doing that, like, honestly. Like, because, I mean, like you said,
if she wins HOH and tries to make some big move, well, she didn't fucking do anything this week to back that up. So, and I'm just provided that would be her goal, would be to make some big move. In order to do that, you would have had to lay some kind of groundwork. And she has not.
So I think taking all of these pieces of evidence back to my chambers, if I had to make a judgment, a ruling, I feel like where I stand with Taylor is I feel like she had such a rough start to the game that I feel like I'm going to give her a grace period to kind of find her footing, to get herself adjusted again, and to figure out where she sits. I think right now she's so paranoid about saying the wrong thing to the wrong person because because we've seen throughout the season that she'll say one thing and then it'll get twisted to mean something negative, like with the whole Nicole situation. So I think that she's a little fearful of possibly doing that again, and this alliance that's protecting her turning on her. So I am going to give Taylor a little bit of grace, but I do agree with you guys that she needs to step it up a little bit and start mending those relationships. I actually do think if she were to win HOH next week and get a win out of the way, it would be good for her, because I think that what she could do is if Kyle goes home this week, next week she can be the person that sends Daniel home and gets him to be the first member of the jury. She could put him up against Terrence or put him up against Indy, one of those two, whatever she wants to do. They don't like her anyway, so fuck them. Who cares? And maybe she can make a deal with Butterbean or whichever other people she doesn't put on the block. Maybe Butterbean and Alyssa. She could be like, look, I'm not going to put you guys on the block. Hopefully you can reciprocate that, yada, yada, yada. I do think that if Taylor were to get an HOH, that would be her opportunity to have conversations with people she wouldn't necessarily have conversations with. I just think right now she's just so paranoid because last week she thought she wasn't going on the block, and then there you go, she's on the block. So I think once the veto has been settled, then maybe she'll start playing. So I'm going to give her a little bit of grace. And after hearing everything and consulting with the spaces, I'm not going to put her at the top of Butterbean Beauty, but I'm also not going to put her in meh. I'm not going to put her in meh just because I think that her personality has been really great, and I do think she's in a really good position right now to go far, and she does have winner equity, but I do agree with you guys that she does have a lot to improve on game-wise. Now you've survived. Now's the time for you to start playing. And hopefully once this curse of a twist, the Festy Bestie twist, is over and they're free to nominate anyone they want to in any combination, hopefully she'll start playing and get herself in gear. So the question is, where do I put her? I feel like where I want to put her is I want to put her above Miss Butterbean and put her below Brittany. Above Butterbean because I feel like while Butterbean is in a good spot in the house, Butterbean doesn't really have any power in the game. And where Brittany has potential for power, Taylor also has potential for power, but Brittany has more potential for power because she's higher up in the food chain in that alliance, and she is being included in more of the alliances. So my final ruling is that Taylor is going to be in the Miss Butterbean, in the Butterbean Beauty category below Brittany.
Blindside Butterbean.
So I shall place her there. And last but not least, we have DJ Jazzy Jazz Terrence. Flop. Flop. You know, if there could be a three-way tie, I would definitely say him and Kyle and Daniel are just all flops for their own reason. I will say I feel like where I'm going to put Terrence, and I want to listen to everyone's rationale, but I'm probably going to put him in the fuck y'all category below Indy, but above Knockoff Elvis, because while Knockoff Elvis is going to go home this week or next week unless he wins a competition, Terrence, I feel like, has a possibility of being dragged towards the end. And shit, apparently he got second place in this competition by being, what's that girl's name? The figure skater? Whatever her name is. By cutting these bitches up and giving them injuries.
Tanya Harding.
Tanya Harding. So he's been Terrence Harding. So I don't know, but I think Barbie had said it last episode that he needs to be a little more Uncle Terrence instead of being what did you say he was?
Mr. Higgins.
Instead of being Mr. Higgins, he needs to be Uncle Terrence. So that's where I'm putting him for now.
It's Uncle Terry.
Uncle
Mr.
Terry.
Higgins.
Uncle Terry. So I want to hear everyone's opinions. So I believe V had her hand raised. So go ahead, V.
Fuck Terrence. I still I'm holding true to the flop category, just for all the derogatory bullshit he said about Taylor. The fact that all he does for his game is snitch on people. Fuck Terrence.
I appreciate that. Thank you, V. All right, go ahead, Oliver.
My problem with Terrence, this old. You play too much. And the problem is that he doesn't have a read, because what he's doing, he's trying to flip flop, flippy flop, in the words of Beyonce. He's playing too much and too hard, and he doesn't know where people lie. It was last week when Monty said it, it was last minute, he went up to Joseph or someone, and he was like, I want to get Taylor out. Not even realizing what side Joseph was on. And he keeps saying this stupid shit, and he keeps just going, and he's digging himself his own grave, as he should, because he needs to lay in it with a ton of bricks on top. But yeah, no, he's trash. In the game space, he's trash, and especially with this revelation of the 4, he's going to be even worse of a spot. But yeah, he ain't going far. He's chopped liver, cut at the knee, bye, trash, basura, tomato, throw tomato.
Listen, if Taylor's pussy is horchata, Terrence pussy is basura. Okay. So thank you, Oliver. Go ahead, Ola.
Oliver said it best. Fuck that man. And I honestly would put him below Daniel.
Oh,
because
wow.
Daniel is a white man. Sad as it may be, we expect that shit behavior from them.
Mm-hmm.
Terrence is a old black man with children, married to a woman who I am assuming is black, based on the pictures we saw in the beginning.
From Chicago.
I'm in Chicago. So let me just tell you that this man, when he gets out of this house, his ass is grass. And I mean that so seriously, because we take this shit so seriously. For an older member of the community to talk about this woman the way that he has talked about Taylor, unprovoked, calling her out her name, not even saying it to her. He doesn't even have the balls to say it to her face. This man, he's worse than a flop. He is a performative coon. He has simped for the side. I don't even know, because it's not even whiteness at this point. He's just simped so hard for these people who don't like him, who don't need him, who are dragging him to the end because they know that against anybody, they will beat him every single time. So there is just so much to say about this man. I am so physically and emotionally disgusted by him. He is the worst type of player. He is literally what they say, old people, when they come on the show, they're worried how they act. That is him. He is disgusting. And I truly hope that when he gets out of that house, everything goes badly for him and he just fades away.
Oh, damn, Ola, you cut deep. No
ass is grass.
No crumbs left, Lord. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Zach.
Oh my god, hearing Ola say Terrence being able to beat everybody in final 2, I was like, fuck, what if we have Jasmine and Terrence final 2? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Please don't do that to us.
That would be I'm sorry, that shit would be so funny. I'm trying to think of what their final 2 speech would be. I'm sorry, I would laugh really hard. That would be really funny.
Yeah, but anyways, On Terrence, I agree pretty much with everything Noah said. Like he's pretty fucking trash. Like not even on all the shit he's Taylor said. Like that's a whole other thing. Like the thing said about Taylor, but just on a strategic standpoint, like you are fucking horrible, dude. Like what are you doing? Like he's actively like he's been shady for a while. But he has been slowly but surely making it more and more obvious how shady he is. Like he's shady in your face, and I'm just like, dude, you're lying to my face, and I can see it. And it's like, how do you not see it? And like even like Joseph went up to like the thing to I think it was yesterday to tell all of them like, look, we can't trust Terrence now. We can't trust Terrence. He's like doing all these different things. And I'm like, Terrence, you're like literally ruining your own game. Like nobody's like you're like set up to get second place, and now you're setting it up to not even make it there. Because you're so untrustworthy. Like you need to pick a bed and get in it and stop jumping from bed to bed. Like I don't even know what he's doing. But he's like floater to the max, but like the most shadiest floater to the max ever. That's not even trustworthy. 1%.
I agree.
Like who are you with? Like
I gotta say, we were talking about this in one of the other lives. I think it was the one that wasn't on YouTube while I was at work. Terrence is in a spot where you ain't got to do shit right now. You know, we're still early on in the game, and Survivor. And when you're in Survivor, there is always a possibility you could go home unless you have the immunity necklace. Someone could pull an idol out, something could fuck up, and you end up leaving. Big Brother, there is a definite safety for you pretty much every single week unless you're on the block. Terrence can just coast. There is just a period of time where everybody can just coast, and you don't need to be playing every minute. And Terrence's gameplay just confuses me. I'm just like, why are you doing this? Terrence, all you need to do is lay your ass down, tell your stupid jokes, tell your stupid stories about you being a DJ, and that's it. No one cares about you, Terrence. But he's actively made himself unreliable and untrustworthy. It reminds me, honestly, of Eric Stein when I forgot what he had said to Evil Dick, but Evil Dick didn't trust him and found out that he was the one that was throwing the votes because obviously America was making him vote a certain way. It was all because he lied about something inconsequential. I forgot what he had lied about. I think it was about taking an apple or something like that, but Terrence is just lying for no fucking reason, and it's just weird, on top of him just being a complete and utter disgrace to humanity. So thank you, Zach. Go ahead, Barbie.
Yeah, he is Shady McGrady for sure. But I did see something where somebody goes, are we sure that Terrence isn't Kyle's grandmom? I was cracking up. I was like, wait a second. No, I'm just kidding.
It may be. That's the twist of the season.
But yeah, like Terrence
Project DNA.
He really thought he was going to come in and pull some, and I don't like Cliff Hogg, but I got to give Cliff some credit for making it as far as he did in his season, being the old dude. He was gross and despicable with how he went about it, but he did make it far. The difference is Terrence isn't like capitalizing on any like buddy relationships he's made with anybody. Like he hasn't been able to say, you know what, Monty and Joseph are my boys. You're over here trying to throw fucking vetoes where you're still gonna be on the fucking block. Like, bro, get some fucking clues, something. Like
after 2 people volunteered to go on the block and got sent home.
Right. And then the fact that you don't know that the leftovers exist. You watched Amira get blindsided. You benefited from that. You watched Nicole go the fuck home, even when you at the 11th hour were like, hey, Joseph, I've got this great idea. You want to do some math with me? Let's do it. And you couldn't pull that off. So it's like, if you would just sit back and just be Uncle Terry hanging out, everybody's like, oh, he's cool, he's harmless, he's fine, we'll just keep him around because he's funny and he tells jokes. He could probably honestly, if the leftovers weren't staying leftover strong, he could probably honestly find himself in a final 6 spot easily. I swear. But he's fucked that up because nobody really trusts him now. So I say he is
He is a flop, but since we are not allowed to put him there, he is all up in the fuck y'all. Like, chicka, 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 fuck y'all.
Listen, I might even have to make a separate category for him after hearing all the testimonies this evening. Go ahead, Oliver.
I just have one thing to say. If you are given a golden opportunity and someone comes and tells you, like, hey, you are safe, and they are being blindsided, that is like when I say there is a golden message in the air and he completely missed it. Like, how do you miss something that big? Like, it literally slapped you across the face, front hand and then backhand, and then you still missed. But yeah, I just think I would add that because there is just no way that somebody is that bad. But you know what? This house is that bad. But yeah, he's trash.
Oh my, exactly. If someone is coming up to you and telling you, listen, I can't give you details, but you're safe this week, obviously there is some bigger shit going on than you. And when you look at the vote count, it should be obvious who's in an alliance with each other. It should be more than obvious. But again, Terrence is not thinking strategically at all. And I gotta say, I'm pissed off about it because even Jerry, 75-year-old Jerry from Big Brother 10, you're going home, had more strategy than he did. I want to see more strategic old people in the game. I want it. I want it today. Go ahead, Ola.
And I honestly think that it stems from him being jealous that he could not sit on a couch and eat Lay's and make it to the finals. That's why he's upset with Taylor, because she's eating her Lay's, she's young, she's healthy, she's beautiful, and there are more people wanting to be aligned with her than him.
Yep.
But just to point your guys' attention to what's been happening on the feeds, the other side of the house showed their cards, showed their ass. Michael and Brittany are firmly aligned with the leftovers.
Yep.
Kyle has come simpering back to the leftovers, and he is ready to vote out Daniel as well and go on the block. They are now clocking and telling Joseph the plan and letting them know that Terrence cannot be trusted. So it looks like the leftovers have served as chaos yet again before Monday. And it looks like they should go ahead and vote out Daniel because now they know that the other side is aligned and they think that Jasmine and Terrence are in charge. But they're going to get Daniel out because he's the heavy hitter in terms of comp wins. But I'm interested to see how Kyle is going to work his way back into this alliance because Taylor was looking at him sideways.
Ooh, this might spell trouble for Butterbean. Oh boy. All right. Well, after hearing all the testimonies, I have made a judgment. I do think that Terrence, I think Ola's testimony especially has hit hard. I think that Terrence deserves a category of his own. He can't be the flop of the week, just because Kyle has really just outdone himself with how bad of a player he's been this week.
Crackpot P-word.
Period. So I do believe I'm going to make a new category. And that category is going to have to be... Oh, not me popping up again. I do believe that category is going to have to be...
Oh, Jesus. Gross.
It's going to have to be, oh, Jesus, gross. So that is where I will be putting Terrence for this week. So he will be right above Kyle and below Ripoff Elvis. So let me quickly...
That's literally perfect. Perfect spot for him. Gross.
Yes.
Ew.
Jesus. Gross. Let me put that in there.
Look at what I put in the Jumbotron when Ola was relaying what's been going on with, when you guys are relaying like what's been happening on feeds. That Monique comment popped up in my head. See, when you do clownery, the clownery comes back.
And I don't know if y'all saw, but Monique is with Netflix. She's doing a comedy special and she's in a Lee Daniels movie. I am so thrilled. I don't know if y'all know, I am a big Monique fan. I love her comedy specials. I watched The Parkers growing up. Charm School is one of the best pieces of television in the history of the world because of Monique. So I'm just like, honestly, I screamed when I saw it on my Twitter feed. So I believe this is going to be our conclusion. I'm gonna post it in the chat on Twitter for everyone to see. Let me quickly get that. I'm gonna reply it to the space. So I think officially where I am going to. Oh, hold on. Let me put it right here for everyone to see. Oh no! Don't crop it. I don't need to crop it. So our placements for the tier for the night are going to have to be Turner has been named our Sorcerer Supreme. He is the top of the food chain. Then we have at the Butterbean Beauty Pageant, Joseph is on top of that. Brittany is the runner-up. Taylor is second runner-up. And then Miss Butterbean found herself invited to the pageant and fourth place. In the meh category, we have Monty on top of there. And then in second place for meh, we have Mehkel. And then we have Kyle's girlfriend, third place in the meh category. And then in the fuck y'all category, Indy gets first place because fuck Indy. And then we have Knockoff Elvis for the bottom of the fuck y'all category. And then Terrence, Uncle Terrence, Mr. Higgins has outdone himself and gotten the Aw Jesus Gross category. We had to make a new category for him. So he sits at second bottom of the food chain this week. And then last but not least, we have the flop of the week is... congratulations, Kyle. You have, within the span of only a few days, made yourself from the top to the bottom of the game, and it was all for a piece of pussy that you could have easily gotten once the show was over. I'd say I was surprised, but I know your character, and I know what is the meme? Hey fool, boy, you have done it again. Constantly.
No, it's Oprah. It's what's her name? It's
Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Queen, you really set the bar.
Hey,
You did
clown.
it again.
Hey, clown.
I know who you are. I know you are.
I'd say I'm surprised, but I know who you are. I should play the clown music.
Up close and personal.
So I guess that will wrap up that segment. So before we close out tonight's live show, and we've been here for 4 hours, oh boy. I want to give each speaker one final thought to put out there. So each speaker, if you want to put a thought out there, raise your hands and I'll go to you. And then we'll close the show out for the night. V, go ahead.
I really just hope that they Matt Hoffman Kyle this week. Like, just get rid of his ass.
I concur. Go ahead, Ola.
You know, let's fuck everybody in that house but Taylor. But I really do want to see how this week plays out now that they're laying out all their cards. It seems like this week is going to be the reconfirm to your alliance week. But we never know. This cast loves to serve chaos. So I think everybody should keep a lookout, really look into the feeds, the updates, and see where these numbers are going to end up at the end of the week.
Awesome. Go ahead, Zach.
I want to say thanks for letting me get on here and talking. It's been really fun talking with you guys and everything, and hearing everyone's point of view on everything and everything. And yeah, I just want to point out again about how Taylor. I really, really do think that she's been trying to win these competitions. It's just she's just come up short. I don't know if you guys remember, but that button one, that Turner one, when she lost that, you could literally see in her face she was about to cry. She wanted to win that so bad. She did not mean to let go of that thing. I do think that she's gonna be winning soon. I could totally see it, and I'm excited for it, and I'm looking forward to it, and I can't wait because it's gonna be probably one of the best weeks of the season, regardless of who she gets out. And I can't wait to see everyone kissing her ass. I'm excited. I'm excited for Butterbean to be up there kissing her feet. I'm excited for Indy to be up there with her clown mask on, acting like she likes her. I'm excited for Alyssa to be up there acting like she's not mad that Taylor stepped on her foot. And I'm excited.
I concur. Go ahead, Oliver.
Oh, Barbie was first. You can go first. I'll go after.
Okay, go ahead, Barbie.
Okay, I just wanted to say thanks for having me and letting me be right.
Love you guys. Just kidding. Ola, we're gonna fight because you said fuck everybody except Taylor. Hello, Turn Daddy is there, needing some love. We cannot leave him out. He's one of the good ones.
Sorry, I forgot the petty king.
See,
Tables
you just forgot all
turn, the
about him and his
tables
blonde
turn.
chunks. So I'm really glad that Turner ended up winning that HOH, because even if Taylor would have won, the leftovers wouldn't have happened, guys. We have to realize that, you know, that was the rose that grew from concrete, and we have to acknowledge that and appreciate that, because that saved the season. But yeah, just thanks for having me, and hopefully Taylor can get Jasmine to wipe her butt when she wins HOH. Literally.
She's gonna have to do some butterbean butt wiping for sure. Go ahead, Oliver.
Yeah, I just want to concur, and I just cannot wait, especially next week as jury management starts. I just cannot wait to see the ass kissing. Like, I just want people to wipe that ass front to back and back to front. It's gonna be great. But yeah,
Wait, no, back to front is bacteria. No, we don't want back to front.
Period. Well, I mean, you know what? Maybe they deserve it. Anyways, but I just want to shout out to all of y'all. I really enjoy these spaces. A lot of y'all mutuals. We have a really good time and a lot of fun. So shout out to everybody here. And exactly, fuck everybody in the house but Taylor and Turner. The TNT Dynamite. Final 2. Manifest.
Everyone loves some good TTs, so I concur, Oliver. Me, Astro Meme Queen. Is there anything you wanted to add to the table before we close out? I think it's a little late, but I wanted to shout out Astro Meme Queen because she is the best at reading people, and she has the most soothing voice out there. So I wanted to give you a little shout out. Okay, well, I guess before we close out, my final thoughts are, I'm really curious to see what happens this week with the vote. And I love when Big Brother is unpredictable. I feel like this alliance should cut their losses and boot Kyle out, because I do feel like Kyle will end up flipping on this alliance. I think he's kind of feeling like he knows he's going to go on the block, and he's trying to scramble a little bit and rebuild this alliance to make sure they don't vote him out because they have the power. I think next week he'll make a move and flip on them if he has the opportunity. But at the same time, if Daniel goes, it's not a bad thing, because again, you don't want the inmates to take over the asylum. If you let too many of them slip by in this upcoming week, they can end up wiping out the leftovers. But I have faith in the leftovers. They're pretty good in competitions, and they're strong, they're loyal. Monty and Joseph and Brittany and Michael and Taylor and Turner have all been really loyal so far, so I do have faith in them. Either way, it's a slam dunk for this week. We're either getting rid of one flop or another flop, and whichever one it is, they better get ready, because they're going to be jumping over a lot of hurdles in those interviews. I swear to God. Kyle's going to have to get... I still can't get over the YouTube people don't see, but that video of that white guy dancing in the dashiki has me fucking dead. And Kyle's going to have to get his TikTok dances ready to get his apology tour on. And Daniel's going to have to get out that Elvis wig and get a new identity after this season wraps. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with this season. I want to thank everyone that came on to talk with me tonight. We have most of our regulars. I want to thank Zach. I want to thank V. I want to thank Astro Meme Queen, Oliver, the dynamic duo, Ola and Barbie. I want to thank, who else came on tonight? Lana was on earlier tonight. I feel like there was one other person. I know Azza's Lashes were on here earlier. If I forgot anyone, I apologize. I have some of my faves in the audience. I got Jen, I got Chantel, I got Keisha, I got Layla, I got Pink Loud. I've got all of y'all in the audience. Thank you, everybody. JT, Bernadette, Amanda, Howie, Veronica, Virgo Groove, Shay, Lady Cakey, Fabulous, Lipstick Farts. I see Sarah just joined. Hey, girl. I haven't seen you in a minute. I hope you're doing good. Thank you to everyone watching in the YouTube chat. We were averaging about 50 people throughout majority of the night, which is incredible because it's almost 2:30 in the morning. So I appreciate all of y'all for tuning in. It's been a minute since we've had this many people watching on the channel. We hit 1.6K on the YouTube, which thank you for getting me out of my slump. I was on 1.5 for like 2 years, so thank you. So shout out to the people in the audience. We have Deshaun, we have Mila, we have Sean, we have Gail, Aaron, Tay Nation, Rich, Renee, Alicia. So thank you to all of you for tuning in. Before I close out, remember, we have season 11 of my reality competition show, I Love Money, will be premiering later on this week. The cast reveal will be starting on Monday. If you check out our Facebook page at the DH1 Network, we've already been revealing a silhouette of some of the people that may be on the season. If you look on my Twitter, I put 4 silhouettes out. It's going to be camp. This cast is pretty interesting, to say the least. I wanted to shout out to Sheila Kennedy. I said this on the last live, but she was supposed to make an appearance on the season, but she's going through some health issues right now. So please send her all the thoughts and prayers that you possibly can. And hopefully she'll be better and do well. I love you, Sheila, from Big Brother 9. Probably the only good thing that came out of that season. And yeah, we will be live again at some point. I've been enjoying doing these. I don't know if I'll do one tomorrow just because I don't want to do too many back to back. So we might meet again, maybe on Wednesday, maybe on Monday. Either way, follow the YouTube, follow the Twitter, and stay up to date, and I'll let you guys know the next time I go live. But until then, we will see you guys very soon. So stay tuned and stay bitter. Bye, everyone. Oh, before I end this Twitter space,